According to the National Geographic, ocean plastic is estimated to kill millions of marine animals and seabirds every year. And scientists predict that by 2050, plastic will outweigh the number of fish in the entire ocean. Plastics often break down into smaller and smaller particles, called microplastics, which can be ingested by both animals and people and remain in our environment for hundreds of years or longer. Here are a few helpful tips on how you can help stop the tide on plastic pollution. Tip 1. Bring reusable bags when grocery shopping. Tip 2. Avoid using plastic straws or use reusable straws when having a drink. Tip 3. Drink from a reusable water bottle instead of buying individual bottles. Tip 4. Tell your friends and family about the effects of single-use plastics. You can help reduce the amount of single-use plastics by spreading the word and going green. For more information and to take the pledge, visit reduceyouruseTampaBay.org.
These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside of pipes where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
I think it's very essential for small minority businesses to be able to have the platform to come and learn and grow and develop and understand all the nuances of a small business.
We agree, Charles. That's why Hillsborough wants to do business with companies like yours. We offer organizations registered as small or minority businesses with the county free training to learn the ins and outs of doing business with us and to enhance your skills at securing contracts with other organizations. Registration also includes opportunities to network with other certified businesses and access to many other no-cost educational resources. Not already registered with Hillsborough County? Get started and find more information through the Minority and Disadvantaged Business Development online portal at hcflgov.net/MWSBE.
Whether you're just starting out or you're currently in business, they have resources available for everyone.
Good morning, Hillsborough County, and Happy New Year to everyone. I hope everybody had a splendid holiday, and I'd like to call the Board of County Commission meeting to order. As we begin this first meeting of the Board of County Commission in 2022, this year we have a robust agenda to complete the amazing policies and initiatives we started in 2021 as we move forward into 2022 to better serve the residents of Hillsborough County. On the eve of the holiday to celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s leadership, I look forward to working with all the leaders here on this dais, as well as our state, to better serve the residents of Hillsborough County and the state of Florida. First, we're going to do a roll call for those, because we are doing a hybrid meeting today, I believe. Please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioners. Olbermann?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Kemp?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you all. I appreciate you being here. First, we're going to have a pledge and the invocation by our chaplain, Commissioner White. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that everyone please stand at this time. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and that'll be followed by the invocation. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray for good health and blessings for everyone as we begin this new year and begin all of the hard work that this new year will bring along with it. I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important public policy decisions for this county. And as always, I pray that you will guide and pray for the safety of our first responders and members of our armed forces. And I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. For those of you joining us virtually, I'll ask that you are in place where you can stand. Oh, sorry, I'm reading your stuff. Anyway, thank you very, very much. Today we have 3 special recognitions. The first will be a proclamation. I want to declare January 2022 as the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. I'm wearing the blue campaign ribbon in honor of all of the work that's being done in human trafficking arena in order to make sure that we're aware of this challenge. Are the following guests from the 13th Judicial Circuit with us this morning? I'm looking for the Honorable Ronald Figueroa, Chief Judge, the Honorable Judge Bowman, Robert Bowman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Circuit Judge. Gina Justice, our Court Administrator, and Michelle Sansbury, our Court Liaison. You're all present?
Morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us today. In addition, I'd like to recognize the following board members for the Hillsborough County Commission on Human Trafficking, who'll be joining us today virtually. State Attorney Andrew Warren, Tampa Police Department Assistant Chief Lee Burkaw, Dottie Grover Skipper, Kathleen Kempke, Connie Rose, and Brianna Taylor. Those are those that serve on our board and serve valiantly and volunteer their time on this issue. Thank you very, very much for joining us today. Hillsborough County is committed to winning the war against human trafficking. Each year we get stronger and make bigger inroads. I'm very proud of the work we've done at Hillsborough County, and this issue is something I'm deeply passionate about as a member of the Commission on Human Trafficking, of which I also chair. The 13th Judicial Circuit Court of Hillsborough County and our other valuable community and partners have worked tirelessly to help the brave survivors of this terrible crime recover, move forward, and become victors in their lives. The circuit court system, in particular, is a tremendous advocate and resource. As we demonstrated in advance of the Super Bowl 55 at Raymond James Stadium last year, we are a model community for raising awareness about this worldwide issue and doing something about it. We dedicate numerous resources to help victims and provide residents with the necessary tools to identify potential human trafficking situations and report them. I am proud to present this proclamation to our partner, the 13th Judicial Circuit, declaring January 2022 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And with that, I'll read the proclamation. It reads, whereas the International Labor Organization estimates 40.3 million people across the globe, including hundreds of thousands in the United States, are victims of human trafficking, forced into sex trade, exploited for labor, and subjected to other forms of abuse. And whereas in 2018, women accounted for 46% of human trafficking victims, while 30% were children and 20% were adult men, according to the 2020 Global Report on Trafficking in Persons by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And whereas, according to the National Human Trafficking Resource Center, in 2019, Florida ranked 3rd in the nation in the number of human trafficking cases with 896, and the Tampa Bay area served as a hub for this abuse. And whereas the Florida legislature continues to work diligently to ensure the safety, ongoing care, and legal protections for survivors of human trafficking, and increase the penalties for these heinous crimes. And whereas Hillsborough County is committed to being a national leader in combating human trafficking through its Commission on Human Trafficking, created by the Board of County Commissioners on December 4th, 2019, to expand public awareness and provide training, among other initiatives. And whereas the 13th Judicial Circuit is dedicated to identifying and assisting human trafficking victims as a way to intervene in and prevent further trafficking exploitations. And whereas the Circuit, through its innovative initiatives such as Judge Bowman's Options Court, which is short for Offering Potential Trafficking Individuals Options Now Court, and a designated human trafficking and special victims liaison, provides victims opportunities to accept and receive services and identify as a survivor to prosper in their lives. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commission of Hillsborough County does hereby declare January 2022 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Hillsborough County, and encourages all residents and visitors to be vigilant in identifying and reporting human trafficking, to send a strong message that Florida and Hillsborough County will not tolerate any form of slavery. Executed this 12th day of January 2022, signed by all 7 commissioners. And with that, I'd like to invite Chief Judge Figueroa to speak. Judge?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. On behalf of all of our judges, I want to thank you. We appreciate everything that the board does to support our judicial branch and our local judges, and particularly today, calling attention to this very important issue. We're very proud of the work Judge Bowman does with the Option Court. Our circuit has always led the way in these types of courts with our drug court, veterans treatment court, mental health court, and so forth. And Judge Bowman is doing great work with our Option Court. I particularly appreciate the support the board has given us in funding this liaison position. So it will give us an opportunity to identify the victims of human trafficking across all of our courts, criminal court, juvenile court, family court, all of these different courts that have contact with victims of human trafficking. This liaison position is going to be able to identify those victims and give us an accurate idea of how many actual true victims of human trafficking we have here in Hillsborough County, and give us the data that we need to see that adequate services can be provided to those so in need. Again, I thank you very much. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Judge Bowman, for a moment. Judge?
Thank you, Chief. First of all, I just want to thank the board and for recognition of the 13th Judicial Circuit's Option Court. I also want to thank the State Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, law enforcement, our guardian ad litems, our attorney ad litems, our Departments of Juvenile Justice, Department of Children and Families, and our providers such as More to Life and Redefining Refuge for all of the work. As you can hear from that list of thank yous, it takes a community and collaboration of all of us in order to fight what is considered to be modern day slavery. I want to especially thank my case manager, Alyssa Hall, for all her hard work in identifying and bringing some of those victims before the court. And finally, I want to thank Dottie Grover Skipper for fighting the battle and for supporting our court. Thank you all so much.
Thank you both very much. And all of those that you mentioned, it is a team effort. And we do need to know what our capacity is. We also, one of the beauties of this program is that our liaison is able to see across all of our courts to identify those that may not have been identified as human trafficking survivors, and to give them the support and resources they need. But more importantly, it also helps us monitor capacity and make sure that those survivors are able to tap into the resources that Hillsborough County is committed to provide. So with that, I'd love to say thank you very, very much for all that you have done and will continue to do in this effort. Thank you very much for joining us today, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next proclamation is going to be offered by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Are the following individuals with us this morning? Edward Cutler, Roz Miller, Bobby McKee, Haley Tolbert, and Deanna Grubbs.
Yes.
Yes. Much for coming and welcome. Today, the Hillsborough County Board of County
We can't hear Commissioner Cohen.
Commissioner Cohen, I apologize for the interruption. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you can just turn your video off for this portion, that way it helps with the audio. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. I'm going to go from the top after I welcomed everyone. Today, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is presenting a proclamation declaring January as Lung Cancer Awareness Month. This recognition is so important because although lung cancer is one of the most dangerous cancers in the nation, more and more treatments are being created to help those who are fighting the disease. Moffitt Cancer Center and its community partners, such as Prelude to a Cure and the White Ribbon Project, have been instrumental in raising awareness about lung cancer and the great strides of the scientific community in finding a cure. I am proud to present this recognition in honor of all cancer survivors and their families, as well as our dedicated medical professionals who work tirelessly in combating this disease. I have a copy of this proclamation here. When I turn my camera back on, I will hold it up. But for now, I'm just going to read to it. And I just want to say at the outset that this is something that affects all of our families. There is no one that I know that has not been affected by a cancer diagnosis, either themselves or their family or their friends. And there's an awful lot of great work being done that we are going to highlight today. The proclamation reads, whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of death among men and women in the United States and in Florida, accounting for more deaths than colon, breast, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is 59%, yet only 17% are diagnosed at the early stages. And whereas in Florida, 3% who are at higher risk of a lung cancer diagnosis are screened, which is lower than the national average. And whereas in 2021, Florida will have approximately 18,470 new cases of lung cancer with an estimated 10,940 deaths. And whereas nonprofit organizations like P2AC Prelude to a Cure, and the White Ribbon Project play a significant role in lung cancer awareness, advocacy, and education. And whereas Moffitt Cancer Center's Lung and Thoracic Tumor Education Program, also known as LATTE, is vital to the early screening of at-risk people as acknowledged by the United States Preventative Services Task Force. Whereas lung cancer funding, including seed grant awards, is needed to help innovative researchers explore original theories for early diagnosis, enhanced screening and treatments, leading to new options for a cure. And whereas although November is officially and nationally recognized as Lung Cancer Awareness Month, Moffitt Cancer Center and its partners consider every month as a time to support all lung cancer patients, providing them with compassion, hope, and optimism that a cure will be found. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare January 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in Hillsborough County and encourages all residents and visitors to join Moffitt Cancer Center and its partners in supporting lung cancer advocacy and education, which will lead to increasing survivorship and improved quality of life. This is executed this 12th day of January, signed by all 7 commissioners. I am going to turn my camera back on and hold it up. Then everyone can see it, and we will get it to you in the future in its actual form. But it's a beautiful commendation. Is Edward Cutler there?
I am here.
We'd like to ask you to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen, Madam Chair, and the entire board of commissioners. On behalf of H. Lee Moffitt Cancer Center, Prelude to a Cure, and the White Ribbon Project. I've been a patient at Moffitt since mid-2013 when I was diagnosed with stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer at the age of 67. Initially, I was treated with chemotherapy, but when that stopped in late 2014, I had no other treatment choices besides being hopefully accepted into a clinical trial. Since the beginning of 2015, I've been in 2 of these trials, and my cancer has continued to get smaller or has been stable since January of 2017. I've been able to have a normal lifestyle throughout my treatment, with the exception of current COVID restrictions, unfortunately. My second trial ended this past November, but I've been able to continue with the same medication through a compassionate care program. It's only because of lung cancer research that's been performed at Moffitt that I'm present today to accept your proclamation. As you've noted in the proclamation, lung cancer annually kills more Americans than the next 3 cancers combined: breast cancer, prostate cancer, and colon cancer. Yet it receives the least amount of annual government funding for research of all of the major cancers. In addition, funding for early detection is sorely lacking, and the criteria for qualification for early detection are still too limited. This has resulted in only a very small percentage of qualified individuals to receive low-dose CT screening before their cancer has progressed to the point that it may be incurable or difficult to treat. Moffitt, Prelude, and the White Ribbon Project are all striving to change the perception of lung cancer and encouraging more qualified individuals to be screened. In addition, each of these organizations is striving to increase federal and state government and private funding for lung cancer research. Only through the continuing research can current and future lung cancer patients receive the necessary treatments to prolong their lives with good quality. Each of our organizations emphasize that lung cancer awareness is a year-round effort and not just limited to the formally recognized Lung Cancer Awareness Month in November. Prelude to a Cure, P2AC, is grateful for the acknowledgement of the efforts to fulfill the gap and disparity in lung cancer research with its support of seed grants. Prelude would like to share with you, the commissioners, their ribbon and lung charm, which lets our patients and family members know that they are not alone. On my own behalf, I would like to present to the Board of County Commissioners a white ribbon from the White Ribbon Project that was handmade with love, given with love by lung cancer patients, survivors, advocates, medical professionals, and friends. The White Ribbon Project is changing the perception of lung cancer by making the public aware that anyone can get lung cancer, not just people who smoked. This international grassroots organization is barely a year old. It was formed in October of 2020. The idea was formulated by a lung cancer patient and her primary care physician husband. Since that time, over 3,000 ribbons have been handmade and distributed across the US, Canada, and several European and Asian countries. We hope you will proudly display your ribbon that we will present to you each individually and explain its significance to those with whom you become in contact. Again, thank you, and we appreciate your support. Thanks a lot, Harry.
Ed, thanks so much. That was really profoundly moving and so important for everyone to hear.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen?
Did you say nation for us?
I'm sorry, you broke up, sir.
I'm going to hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so very, very much. And thank you, Mr. Cutler, for being here, all of you for being here, and for the great work that you're doing in bringing this awareness. It's critically important. And those that are immune compromised as a consequence of having cancer and the treatment are at risk giving COVID. So I do appreciate bringing this to all of our attention. With that, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Hagan, who's offering our last proclamation. Our last recognition is by Commissioner Hagan downstairs in the multipurpose room. And Commissioner Hagan, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Today it's my honor to recognize a model athletic club, Tampa Bay United. They are an outstanding organization in our community that might be little known outside the soccer community, but they are nevertheless producing incredible results. With me here today from the Tampa Bay United Club are Anthony Latronica, Executive Director, Alex Delgado, head coach and player development. Along with them are 4 of their college-bound student athletes. Naila Schofberger, committed to attend Rutgers University on a full scholarship. Christina Sayusis, committed to attend University of South Carolina, full scholarship. Santiago Hernandez, committed to attend Boston University on a full scholarship. And Eric Sakalowski, committed to attend University of Pennsylvania. And the only reason why Eric doesn't have a full scholarship is Ivy League does not give out athletic scholarships. But the Tampa Bay United Soccer Club is a nonprofit 501c3 founded in 2011 when 2 existing local clubs, Hillsborough County United and RSL Florida, merged. Over the last decade, TBU has grown to service nearly 3,500 families in Hillsborough County and the greater Tampa Bay area, engaging some 2,000 recreational players and 1,500 competitive players, boys and girls, ages 5 through 19. It is the stated purpose of the Tampa Bay United organization to advance the holistic development of the athlete through our values of integrity, commitment, respect, adaptability, passion, and creativity. The club's vision is exciting and nurturing. It states to provide our athletes with a positive and balanced experience by creating an unparalleled professional club model for youth development, education, and inspiration through the sport of soccer that will help each person become the best version of themselves. The results are incredible. From 2013 to now, TBU has aided 336 student athletes in their pursuit to play soccer at the collegiate level. An average of 36 players per year enter the college ranks. In total, there have been 248 female players and 98 male players who've moved forward to pursue new academic and athletic opportunities. I'm very happy to say that via Hillsborough County's Parks and Recreation, our county has partnered with this fine organization via our use agreement at the Ed Radis Sports Complex and occasional use of our tournament sportsplex out on Columbus Drive. TBU is a model club, and we're very fortunate to have them in our community. And before I read this letter of commendation, I just want to thank Anthony and Alex. As a former college athlete and coach myself, I know how much work goes through being a coach and being in player development. And I've always said that some of life's greatest lessons are learned on the ball fields. And so I just want to thank you two for everything you've done to teach these boys and girls lessons both on and off the field. So thank you very much for everything you guys have done. The commendation states, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is proud to recognize Tampa Bay United Soccer Club, the region's premier soccer program, for its phenomenal impact on athletes' lives and the tremendous advancements it has accomplished locally for the world's beautiful game. Founded in 2011, Tampa Bay United is the largest youth soccer club in the region and a recognized leader in developing talented athletes into high-achieving players, offering multiple levels of top competition in several locations throughout the area. In the last decade, TBU has achieved more than 330 NCAA commitments, including 17 during the most recent signing period in November, an average of nearly 34 commitments per year. This is a remarkable pattern of excellence. These numbers continue to grow thanks to TBU's senior staff and coaches. They tirelessly advocate for high school-age athletes by tapping their wide network of college coaches and recruiters to connect players with ideal collegiate programs, and they provide some state-of-the-art technology to empower players. In its storied history, Tampa Bay United has won 2 national championships and hundreds of other titles in girls and boys play. Tampa Bay United Soccer Club is a regional treasure that enables athletes to achieve their dreams. The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby commend Tampa Bay United for its devotion to young people and the sport of soccer, and offers its best wishes to players seeking to further their academic and soccer careers on Spring National Signing Day, February 2nd, awarded this 12th day of January 2022, signed by all 7 Board of County Commissioners. And it's my pleasure to present this and ask if you'd like to say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Hagan. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here to represent not only the TBU organization, but our student athletes, which is what we're all here for. It's great to be recognized, but we're actually here to recognize Commissioner Hagan and the other county commissioners, as well as Rick Valdez and his team, for the work that they've done over time, but especially the last 22 months. The work and the commitment from the county during the COVID period has allowed these student athletes to keep playing and pursue their dreams. Mental health is a very important thing right now, and as we know, sports can bring a lot of joy and pleasure to the entire community. So would like to thank you personally very much for all your support, and Rick, tremendous. Like to just, as a small token of our appreciation, it's kind of a soccer tradition, like to present a scarf and a signed ball to Commissioner Hagan, little TBU scarf. Our athletes signed the ball, so there you go. You don't have to wear it, but, and Rick, there you go, sir. Appreciate it. Told me I had to wear it at least to the parking lot. I'd like to introduce Alex Delgado. He's a native of Tampa. He's been at the club for 16 years. He's part of our senior staff. He's the head of coach and player development, and he runs point and all the college process for the boys and girls. Alex.
Good morning. On behalf of Tampa Bay United and our club, I just want to thank everyone, like Anthony just mentioned, especially Commissioner Hagan, Rick Valdez, and all of you that are upstairs as well. And we also have some balls and scarves for all of you that I believe will be delivered to you as we get done here. On behalf of the club, what I'd like to do is introduce 4 of our student athletes that had the opportunity to sign their national letter of commitment on the early signing day period about a month ago. These are 4 of 17 athletes that are going to represent the 2022 graduating class. Tremendous jobs, not only on the field that they have done throughout their careers here at our club, but most importantly, especially off the field. That's one of the most important things that everybody has a misunderstanding regarding the college recruiting process. Yes, all these young ladies and young men are very talented on the field, but most importantly, they're unbelievable individuals off the field, and unbelievable people within the community and great role models to the younger players at our club. One of the greatest things that we would like to really thank all of you for is, especially like Anthony said, without all of you, without Commissioner Hagan and Rick Valdez, these young ladies and young men come into our programs at all ages and they set dreams and goals. And without the facilities continuing to be open and everyone working together to allow these young ladies and young men to continue their training, allowing them to continue to play their league games, allowing us to travel and still be able to participate in college showcase events. I think we can all attest that it'd be very difficult for us to be standing here with these players. So on behalf of the club, I'd like to start off by introducing Christina Sayusis. She'll be attending University of South Carolina, the Gamecocks, starting in the summer.
Hello, my name is Christina Sayusis. I am currently a senior at Eastlake High School, and I play for Tampa Bay United on the U18, U19 girls ECNL team. I will be attending University of South Carolina starting this June to continue my career as a soccer player and to also study exercise science. So I definitely wanted to thank the commissioner and his team for everything they have done, for allowing student athletes like us to be able to continue to play soccer and really just fulfill our dream of playing at that collegiate level. And, obviously during COVID and everything like that, everything was shut down. It was hard to do much, but having the opportunity to continue to train at facilities like, for example, Ed Radis and places like that, to continue to train, it helps you mentally and physically. 1, because you're developing more of your skill, and 2, because, soccer it's just like it's a home, and it just makes you feel, happy and positive and everything. So being able to do that during a hard time has been great. Not only a development, to all of us to achieve our goals, but, mentally, obviously, keep us positive mindset and everything like that. So I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity and to be able to continue to train during COVID and everything. And I just like to say thank you guys so much for everything and super excited for what's to come. Thank you.
Next up is Naila Schufberger. She'll be attending Rutgers University.
Hello, I'm Naila Schufberger, and I'll be attending Rutgers University. I'm really grateful for everything you guys have done to allow us to continue to train, especially during this hard time. I'll be studying landscape architecture, and yeah. Thank you so much for everything.
Moving along now, a couple of our boys that are in our MLS Next program. First up will be Eric Sokolowski. He's attending University of Pennsylvania.
Hi, my name is Eric Sokolowski. Like Coach Alex said, I'll be attending the University of Pennsylvania next year. I play on the TBU U19 MLS Next team, and I currently attend Berkeley Preparatory School. I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone involved in the process of letting us be out here during COVID. I have a lot of friends in other states and other areas that weren't able to continue playing soccer, and just comparing them to my situation, it was a lot better. And I just really appreciate everything Commissioner Hagan, Rick Valdez, and his team did to keep us on the field. So thank you so much.
And last but not least, he's actually going to be heading up to school on Sunday as an early signing, and he'll be heading up there and starting his spring semester Santiago Hernandez will be attending Boston University.
Hello, my name is Santiago Hernandez. I currently play for the U19 team here at TBU. I attended Alonzo High School here in the Tampa Bay area. I wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Hagan and Rick and the team for helping us out during these times. It was definitely a help towards all of us, towards our development and our future. And without that, we won't be where we're at right now. I want to say thank you to everyone.
Well, to close, you can obviously see what impressive student athletes that we have with us here today. On behalf of the entire Board of County Commissioners, I want to thank Alex and Anthony and the players we have here for their kind words. And again, congratulations again, outstanding work. And I'm sure the best is yet to come in college for you guys. So again, appreciate the kind words and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and congratulations to all of you. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that soccer ball. My grandson is learning how to play soccer, and I'm looking forward to seeing him follow in your footsteps. I also want to encourage all of you to come back to the Tampa Bay area, because I'd love to see our young people thrive in our local area, especially with the passion that you have for excellence. So thank you so much for all being here today. And with that, I'd like to actually thank all of our recipients and those that have joined us today that help Hillsborough County be the best county in Florida. And we can move to the changes to the agenda. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We have one item that is removed from consent for separate vote. This is A46. Commissioner White needs to abstain from this item. It is a lease between the county and Suncoast Community Health Centers. We have one item that is removed from consent for discussion or questions by Commissioner Smith. It's A81. This is to approve a pre-qualified list of recommended firms and authorize use of such firms for ongoing and as-needed economic impact and market analysis consulting services for the Development Services Department and Community and Infrastructure Planning Division. We have several items for time certain. The first one is item G1 at 10 a.m. This is to receive a report from Affordable Housing Services regarding fiscal year 21 affordable housing projects and services. Item D1 is to conduct a public hearing to accept comments on the Hope Affordable Housing Fund biannual plan and to adopt the Hope Affordable Housing Fund biannual plan. Item D2 is to hold the first public hearing declaring zoning in progress and considering the enactment of an ordinance extending the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications for rezonings and plan development zoning modifications in a portion of the Residential Plan 2, RP2, future land use designation of the future of Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Item D3 is to conduct a first public hearing to consider the designation of a brownfield area for a parcel located at 13635 North 12th Street in Tampa. Item B2 at 10:15 is to approve scheduling and format of public meetings to receive community feedback on a proposed transportation surtax. Item E1 at 10:30 is a special appearance by Santiago Carrata, President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, to present the annual activity report. Item E2 at 10:45 is a special appearance by Rob Higgins, the Executive Director of Tampa Bay Sports Commission, to present their annual activity report. Item 11 at 11:45 is a recess for lunch. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. And now we'll move into
Move
this.
approval?
Oh, I'm sorry. Moved approval for the changes to the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see. Oh, sorry. I've got to look at two different areas, so I apologies. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Since Ms. Wise mentioned it during changes to the agenda, I'll just state for the record now that when we get to item A46, I'll be abstaining. I'm a part-time pharmacist with Suncoast. Although I'm not a corporate decision maker over there, I always abstain on these items in the abundance of caution, just to avoid any potential conflict of interest.
Thank you, Commissioner White, for that consideration. I appreciate it. So do we have a motion to change for the changes to the agenda? Commissioner Kemp made the motion, second by Commissioner Smith. Roll call vote, please.
Overman,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan? Commissioner Hagan?
He may be returning to the boardroom.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to public comment. With that, we set aside approximately 45 minutes for public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue and concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it is requested that at the same time you address the board. The comments are not directed personally against any one commissioner or any commissioner or staff member, but rather directed to the issues. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following the changes to the agenda for public comment. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comment at the end of the meeting in the event that we run outside of that 45-minute period. For anyone who wishes to speak virtually or in person during the meeting may do so by completing the online public comment form found at hcflgov.net/speakup. The form is open to the public sign up 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting. An option is also available to notify whether comments will be provided virtually or in person at the meeting. Additionally, in-person speakers will be able to sign up on site via the kiosk or the smartphone the day of the meeting. For participants who wish to speak virtually, who have completed the online form, an audio call number will be provided to you after the form is received by the county. All speakers will be required to provide their name, email address, and telephone number on the online form. This information is being requested to facilitate the public comment process. Sign-ups for both virtual and in-person speaking opportunities for public hearing and public comment close at 9 a.m. on the day of the meeting. The chair will call on the speakers by name in order of which their request to speak have been received. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis. The boardroom and the multipurpose room are designated for speakers only. Those who come into the county center to watch the meeting and not speak will be accommodated in the lobby area. Only the first 12 persons to sign up will be allowed to speak in the boardroom for public comment. Face coverings are strongly encouraged in the boardroom, although not required. The CDC guidance strongly recommends that unvaccinated people and those with weakened immune system continue to wear masks. The multipurpose room will be available for those residents who sign up to speak after the first 12 people have been registered. Speakers are also asked to leave the boardroom after sharing their comments with the board. All virtual speakers will be muted upon joining the meeting and will be unmuted after being recognized by the chair by name. Up to 3 minutes are allowed by each speaker. And with that, the first commenter is actually here in person, and that person is Samantha Bohr on item G2. Samantha? Ms. Bohr?
Am I allowed to pull it down to talk or? Okay. I'm here to speak on the ban of selling rabbits in retail stores. So these animals may be cute and adorable, but I can assure you that the pet breeding industry is not. Breeders force animals to have sex with each other and then steal their babies to sell for profit. The act of breeding against their will always be unethical, no matter how you sugarcoat it. It will always be cruel. It is not natural. It is not the circle of life, and it is animal abuse. Breeders will literally throw out mother rabbits that have had too many litters, who are considered spent, who can't produce babies anymore for profit. They've been known to just throw them out in the trash alive. When the term breeding is used by the retail pet industry, imagine 2 animals being locked in a room and forced to have sex with each other. This is barbaric and, again, not natural and not the cycle of life. When there are so many animals that need homes, it is completely ridiculous, absurd, and just so bad for society to sell animals for profit. Rabbits are not happy in cages. The rabbits that come from pet stores are not healthy, and rabbits are supposed to be outside in the grass, running and enjoying life. Animals feel pain just like us. Animals feel sad just like us. Animals also feel happy just like us. And animals love their families just like us. Animals do not want their babies stolen from them for human profit. Rabbit mamas want to keep their babies just like human mamas. Animals are different than us, but they're same in all the important ways that matter. Let's make the world a more compassionate place and to vote to stop exploiting rabbits. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate that. The next person that is actually attending virtually, Isabella Tassi. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Isabel Tassi. I am here to request of each commissioner that a complete ban on the retail sale of rabbits be immediately implemented in the county. In the alternative, I would ask that there be a moratorium during the months of March and April, as this is the Easter holiday when many families make impulse purchases of rabbits. Our local animal rescues, rabbit rescues, and Humane Society can all attest to the hundreds of requests they receive for them to take in rabbits when individuals no longer want to keep their pet. This overwhelms the limited resources available when they now need to find homes to foster and adopt those rabbits. Other individuals simply dump their now no longer wanted pet rabbit in a public place. I myself have, on more than one occasion, seen rabbits at a local park who were clearly not wild rabbits. They were pets that had been dumped and forced to fend for themselves in the wild when they are domesticated animals. I am asking you to do what is right for these defenseless animals. I am requesting a ban on the retail sale of rabbits. This is a humane and logical solution to this ongoing problem, which overwhelms hardworking volunteers and staff and certainly adversely impacts innocent rabbits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. The next speaker is in person. That's Dennis Moore. You're welcome to come to the podium, sir.
Good morning, and I'd just like to begin by saying thank you to the board for allowing us to speak this morning. I'm here to request that you vote yes on a moratorium against the breeding and retail sale of rabbits. Every year, especially around Easter, many families will get a pet rabbit for their families, and then much like a dog who has grown out of the phase of being a puppy, they may realize just how much work it is, or the novelty may wear off, and they simply decide they no longer want this pet anymore. This leads to two main solutions where they either take them to the shelter or they will be released to the wild. Now, especially this year, with the mass influx of animals being taken to shelters, known as COVID pets, shelters are at even fewer resources to be able to take care of these animals and get them homes. And a common solution is to then either the shelters release them themselves or result in euthanization of the animals. We have sat here today, particularly this morning, and listened to recognition being made for lung cancer survivors and human trafficking victims. And their suffering does need to be recognized and remembered. And all I'm asking is today that we recognize the suffering of animals and rabbits on a large scale and put an end to their suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. The next speaker is Sharon Calvert, who's speaking virtually. I believe she's maybe not a Hillsborough County resident, but I appreciate her being here. Ms. Sharon Calvert, you're recognized.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hi, this is Sharon Calvert, and I'm president of Fix Our Roads First organization. Inflation is the highest in 40 years, and we're told this isn't transitory. We're also told Tampa Bay has the highest inflation in the country. People are struggling with rising costs of food, goods, and housing.
taxes is a sunk cost burden on businesses struggling with rising costs of doing business. These are not trivial issues, but the rail tax hamster wheel is rolling around again. The county has not refunded 1 cent of the offer transportation $521 million the county unlawfully collected. Yet we're told last year that Hillsborough County plans to put another 30-year massive 1%, $16 billion, probably $18 billion now, on the November ballot before one public meeting was held. The open house is now scheduled, which are check boxes on the tax hike referendum timeline, or informal exhibits hosted by county staff where the public can only speak with staff and provide written comments. There's no public comment allowed. It appears these meetings, which includes no meeting in South County, the fastest growing area of the county, does not include transit plans from HART or plans from the municipalities. But how can that be when all these entities have transportation plans? They provide input to the TPA's long-range transportation plan and had already made plans for how to spend the now illegal AFT funds. Unfortunately, Hillsborough County has been holding funding roads hostage for years and years to keep pushing what's now outdated technology, costly, street-level, accident-prone rail in Tampa. That benefits Tampa and the downtown developers, but then forces those in unincorporated Hillsborough to pay for Tampa rail they will seldom if never use. Survey last year showed the vast super majority want the roads fixed. They do not want to pay for more transit, while a vast super minority will ever use transit. Stop wasting the county resources beholden only to a timeline to ram another sales tax on the Hillsborough County November ballot. Please get off the rail tax hamster wheel, prioritize the county's growing budget, and focus on fixing roads and refunding the over $500 million of illegally collected AFT funds. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anne Marie Cancio, speaking on item G2. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is, let me know if you can't hear me. I believe you can. My name is Anne Marie Cancio, and I'm a resident in New Tampa. I am here today as well to urge you to pass a retail ban on the sale of domestic rabbits in the county. As we are all aware, our county shelter does not accept the surrender of pet rabbits, leaving private animal charities in our county with the responsibility of either accepting and caring for these pets until they can be rehomed, or alternatively turning pets owners away when the charity's facilities are full. According to a Tampa Bay Times article, our local Humane Society of Tampa Bay and SPCA of Tampa Bay both clearly state that they simply cannot handle the quantity of domestic rabbits surrendered to them each year. When pet owners who no longer want their pets have no humane way of disposing of them, they turn to inhumane methods, including releasing domesticated rabbits in the wild, where they are unable to find food and shelter and or become prey for other animals. In addition to the Humane Society and the SPCA, I would also like to touch on the experience of other area animal welfare groups. One in particular is the Sarasota in Defense of Animals. The SDA president, Elise Mathis, wrote an open letter to whom it may concern. They said in the duration of SDA's 31 years, they have rescued over 5,000 rabbits. This is only the tip of the iceberg because they have turned away thousands of requests and pitiful pleas from rabbit owners who made the mistake of buying a pet store rabbit, sometimes even a pregnant one that multiplied the situation. After Easter, Mathis says they receive up to 75 calls a month from those who have found a cute white bunny in their yard or have one or more that they want to get rid of. That is president of Sarasota Defense of Animals, Elise Mathis. The other group that I would like to cite is Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. They provided testimony to the Pasco Board of County Commissioners that, they are overwhelmed, and in the month of September of 2021 alone, they had to turn away, my goodness, I can't see, 66 unwanted pet rabbits. So my call to action for you is, I believe that this problem could be greatly reduced by banning the retail sale of domestic rabbits in our county. It simply does not make sense that we are madly selling baby rabbits on the one end of the spectrum and turning them away to private shelters, from private shelters, euthanizing them or releasing them into the wild and the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you much for your comments. I appreciate that. We have also other items. I'm not making sure they're not part of our public hearing. Okay. Other items to speak on are off-agenda items. The next speaker is in person. That's, oh, I'm sorry. I missed Todd Seam or Seame. Speaking on A39 on the consent agenda. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much. Todd Seame. Just speaking on a few items, and just wanted to say accommodations to the soccer, played soccer in college. God bless that man who's survived cancer. My mom died of cancer when I was 1 year old. God bless her. And just want to thank you for all you've done here. I want to bring something to your attention as someone who's done business with Hillsborough County since 1986. I saw this under engineering, and I just wanted to bring, as someone who's brought, about $40 million in fees that I've paid the county gladly. Building permits, site review, all kind of other things, transportation impact, water, sewer. So I'm not adverse to the county having to pay for their people and their staff, which I believe they deserve a bonus anyway. Okay, so I just wanted to show something on the Elmo real quick. This is a check we made out for $5,950 to Hillsborough County for site review. And as you see there, we paid that on 3/25, okay, March 25th, 2020. And so no problem, happy to pay that to site review. And the issue I have is on 6/20, 3 months later, the board implemented the AGRF fees, okay? And the AGRF fees are a fee that's attached for water sewer in this 5950. Okay, some of that goes to utilities. George Goodwin is the reviewer on that. So that goes to utilities. So we have initiated business. Now I'm saying this not as a citizen of, we're known as Champa Bay. Okay, what makes Tampa Champion Bay, I call it Champion Bay, is the people. Okay, as great as the Lightning are, as great as the Buccaneers are, as great as Tom Brady is, and nobody loves football more than me, okay? I'm the Vincent T. Lombardi of pro football. But the bottom line is that the citizens of Hillsborough County make Tampa the greatest city in the world. And what I'm saying to you is if you, one of the commissioners, was a client of mine or somebody else, a firm, an architect, and you had initiated business 3 months prior to a fee going into effect, okay? Now, the county attorney will say, well, Mr. Seame, the AGRF fees are assessed when the building permit is issued, and so on and so forth. But as you know, going through site review with all the agencies takes time. So any person, whether if you leave the county commission and you open a flower shop or a pizzeria or a restaurant or some other venue, then the LDC should read, if you can prove that you've initiated business with Hillsborough County via a receipt, you should not have to be subject to pay the additional AGRF fee. And on this project, I'm paying $100,000 in fees, and I have no objection to, but the AGRF fee should not be there. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for coming forward. And I'm sure someone on our staff will reach out to you and help clarify issues. Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Pennington, who's also in person. You please come to the podium, and you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Laura Pennington. I'm a resident in Carrollwood. I wanted to thank everybody for letting us comment on the rabbit sale ban. I was in Al Lopez Park last weekend. It was a beautiful day, and I was sad to see that there was a dead rabbit behind the dumpster there. Clearly a pet rabbit, large, white, had clearly just died recently because it had some flies on it. And I spoke to some of the maintenance workers who told me that it is not uncommon for people to dump their rabbits there. As some of the other speakers mentioned, they don't have a lot of good options where to take them if they're trying to do something humane. So they end up in the park. one of the maintenance workers said that he adopted a couple of them as pets. And after hearing that, I felt compelled to sort of talk about rabbits because I had rabbits growing up, and it was not a happy story. I loved rabbits because they were in all my storybooks, and they were my favorite animal. And so my parents, who were well-educated, well-meaning people, said, let's get you a rabbit. And the first rabbit I had, we didn't have very long, killed by a dog. The second rabbit we had, and I should say with the first rabbit I had, they didn't have the heart to tell me that it was killed by a dog, so they just told me it ran away. Second rabbit died because we really didn't know how to care for it properly. The next rabbits that we had lived a bit longer, but they were basically out in a cage in the backyard because, you know, the smell of rabbits is overwhelming, so we kept them in the backyard, not protected from the elements, and they stayed there neglected for years. And eventually they died probably at 2 or 3 years old, way before they could have lived, because I had let them into the backyard and they got poisoned basically by some pesticides that had been sprayed in the neighborhood. And they didn't have the proper veterinary care. So when I was talking to my sister about this, because she's a family law attorney, she said the trauma that we went through as children and our family was overwhelming to the point where 50 years later, we are still bothered by it. And she said the benefit here of this ban is not just to rabbits, it's to children, it's to families who are well-meaning, well-intentioned, love animals, they want to do the right thing, and they find themselves impossibly overwhelmed with the care of the rabbit or what to do if they can't take care of it. So I encourage you to support this ban. Thank you for your time so much, and thanks for listening.
Thank you for coming today. The next speaker is actually virtually attending. That's Susan Hall. Ms. Hall, you recognized?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for hearing me. I'd like to speak on behalf of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. I'm a volunteer and a foster mom. And all of the previous speakers have all touched on points close to my heart. Suncoast is a rescue that, I'm sorry, I'm as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Suncoast was incorporated in 2019 when the need for another rescue was really, it became apparent. The number of intakes is on pace to double this year for rabbits. As previous speakers have mentioned, the calls for people who have purchased rabbits from pet stores is enormous. While I was waiting to get online this morning, I received a call from one of my people on Facebook who had yet another person contact them about another rabbit. Well, they're taking in so many rabbits that we're just overwhelmed. And the problem begins with the pet store sale. So I implore you to please put a moratorium on sales of rabbits in pet stores. Rabbits are not easy to care for pets as they are advertised. They don't belong in those little tiny cages that are sold in those stores. And they need to see a specialized veterinarian for proper care, for an exotic veterinarian specifically. They need to be spayed and or neutered to be sure that they don't reproduce, as rabbits, unlike dogs and cats, can breed at any time, and then immediately after giving birth can become pregnant again. So you can see how the problem could compound exceedingly quickly. As other people have mentioned, children are interested in getting rabbits and then soon lose interest in them, and then the parents don't have anything to do with them. There's no place to take them other than to take them to the SPCA, which is an incurred expense that they can't afford. So they cut them loose thinking they're going to be fine outside. They're not. So I would implore you to please pass the moratorium on pet store sales of rabbits. I know that they say that the key to this is education, but education is an ongoing thing, and they're not able to provide that in the course of the 10 or 15 minutes that they speak to somebody before they purchase the rabbit, so that they can sell them the additional things, the toys and the food and the cages, etc. And I can't begin to tell you how fulfilling it is to have healthy rabbits as companion animals.
Thank you very much.
Am I out of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Okay, our next, I just lost my page. Okay, our next speaker is actually Miriam Parham, who's in person. Please come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the retail sale of rabbits issue. I represent Florida Voices for Animals, a group of over almost 5,000 people in the area. We are an all-volunteer nonprofit organization. Our mission is to educate the public about animal abuse and exploitation, and the retail sale of rabbits can and does contribute to an extreme amount of animal abuse and exploitation by those who profit from them, such as the breeders, who often keep them in outdoor cages in extreme weather and poorly kept conditions. Transporters, they may consist of small enclosures full of tightly packed bunnies, even baby chicks or ducks, other animals exploited at Easter, which is extremely stressful. And the retailers, where the bunnies again are kept in cages with wire bottoms that are harsh on their tender young paws, and where dirty cages and dirty water have often been observed, and I think you've been sent pictures, you've seen them, all of us have. And finally, the buyers, where the suffering and abuse often occurs at the hands of many well-meaning consumers, as you've heard. So the bottom line is rabbits just don't make good pets, and many, if not most, don't like to be picked up or held, and they can be injured or killed during interactions with young kids. They have fragile bones, especially in their backs, that require proper support when picked, and they can scratch little arms and faces of kids trying to pick them up as they struggle and fight due to the discomfort and stress they may experience. Although they're usually timid creatures, they can startle easily and can also bite hard when scared. Rabbits require, as you've heard, more care than people typically expect. They often chew almost everything in sight, but especially electrical wires, which can be a huge problem and a safety issue. And rabbits are fast and they're hard to catch. They also get sick very easily, and they're good at hiding sickness. And so frequently it's too late when the owners find out they're very sick. So with all these concerns, it's not surprising that children or parents tire of the caregiving necessary and they no longer want them. You've heard the options are limited. The shelters are full or don't take them. The rescues are also full, and as much as love to take them, they often can't. And you heard they accidentally or intentionally get released, and that's a challenge to those rabbits. They can be attacked, injured, or killed, as you've heard, while trying to survive in their own environment. On this environment that's unknown and not natural to a domestically bred and raised rabbit. So the extreme temperatures, the heat or cold, can be deadly, and even in the ones kept outdoor cages. So again, the best solution to these often tragic outcomes is to prevent them from happening by banning the retail sale and not expecting the stores to not sell them just during Easter, when it is worse, admittedly. But the reality is that this is a year-round problem. So I ask that you join some counties that have already banned the sale of retail rabbits, including Orange, DeSoto County, Key West, and even the state of California. So we need to do the right thing for not just the animals, but those children, as you've heard. And thank you so much for this kind consideration to this matter.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. The next speaker is actually attending virtually, Curtis Marsh. Is Curtis Marsh available?
Good morning. My name is Curtis Marsh, and I am the president of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. And not to repeat everything that's been said, but yes, the situation is bad. Two things about that I think help support the ban. Most rabbits are sold are underage. Florida law statute requires that rabbits be 8 weeks old, and normally and usually they're barely 4 weeks old at best. They're also sold at flea markets, and we've seen them be as young as probably 3 weeks old at a flea market. Sorry, and back to the year-round, starting Christmas Eve, we were contacted between Christmas Eve and New Year's Day. We had people that needed new homes for 45 rabbits in just that week span. So it's not just that it's a Easter thing like everyone expects. It is every holiday, Father's Day, Memorial Day weekend seems to be a weekend for getting rabbits. The first week of June, we're constantly being contacted. And so hopefully, there's been enough speakers today that we can convince you that this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, sir, virtually. The next speaker and our last speaker for non-public hearings is Renee Rivard, and she's in person, I believe. Please come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, Commissioners. Renee Rivard, Cortez, Florida. I'm here today to thank you for listening to our concerns about unwanted pet rabbits and moving forward with a discussion to correct the problem. Our hope is that you consider a ban on the retail sale of rabbits. Last year, the Humane Society took in 100 more rabbits than the year before, for a total of 261 rabbits. And last year, the small rescue Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue that comes to Hillsborough County to aid with the rabbit problem took in 59 rabbits. Spaying and neutering, medical bills, food, supplies, cages, the hours they spend outdoors trying to catch rabbits that were dumped outside, trying to find fosters and adopters and raise donations, all while they are working a full-time jobs. Why are we doing this to our private citizens, to our nonprofits? Rabbits are the third given up animal behind dogs and cats. People buy cute little bunnies as an impulse buy. They're a high maintenance and expensive pet that ends up neglected, living in a small cage, or they get dumped outside because there aren't enough places to relinquish them to. I spoke with the Animal Services Director in Pasco County yesterday. He said that if the count is correct, Pasco County retail stores sold 500 rabbits last year. He said that it pains him to think how many litters of rabbits were reproduced from those 500 rabbits, because many times rabbits are sold in pairs, and it's too hard to tell what sex they are when they're young. The rescues validate that they see many litters of babies come in. Commissioners, Easter's coming when people will be making more impulse buys of bunnies. This will compound the problem of the already overwhelmed nonprofits and rescues. Please move forward with a ban on the retail sale of rabbits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here today. With that, those are the last of the public commenters for today's non-public hearing. And I'd like to move on to the consent items that have been removed for separate vote. That would be A46, Ms. Wise? Is that correct?
Yes, I guess I just thought that you had done that already, but all good.
Well,
Yes.
we haven't taken that vote.
Okay,
We
all
need
right.
to
Let's
vote to approve
do
the
it
consent
separately
agenda versus with the recognition that
without
A46.
A81 as well.
Exactly.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call vote. And Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Which item is this for? Because I think A46 and 81 have been pulled.
They have been pulled. So this is for the consent agenda that has those pulled.
Okay, got it.
So
Overman?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. And with that,
You can
Ms.
take
Wise?
A46 separately now.
Okay, so
moved.
A46 has been pulled from the consent agenda and is prepared for consideration of vote.
So
Do I have a
moved.
motion? A motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Smith. Can you please take a roll call vote?
Overman?
With the with Commissioner White abstaining, correct?
I typically announce that when they get to me.
All right. Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Abstain?
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent, thank you. And the next item that was pulled for highlighting accommodation is item A81. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Right, this is pulled for discussion. And Madam Chair, if you'll bear with me as I go through my concerns with this item, I won't repeat them all when we get to B5, where I have very similar concerns. This item, A81, is for us to approve a list of firms and authorize the use of them for ongoing and as-needed economic impact and market analysis consulting services for development services and community and infrastructure planning at a total cost of $900,000 for 3 years. And the 4 firms include one that has some red flags for me. This is very important work that will inform our board's planning and land use decisions, as well as our staff's recommendations to us at a crucial time where we are trying to understand the costs of sprawl, its impacts on infrastructure, and figure out how we can afford to provide infrastructure as we grow. What are the ongoing economic impacts of growth depending on how we plan it out with infrastructure. So the work of these consultants will inform our board's policy decisions, and yet, once we approve this today, the proposals will be awarded administratively to these firms by the Development Services Department and Community and Infrastructure Planning Division without further board approval. It says that in this item. So this is our only chance to make sure we're going to get the best information and recommendations possible for our policy decisions. And so I'd like to start with a question for staff. Do we have staff here to respond to that? If a firm has ever been reprimanded or had documented issues on work that that firm has done previously for the county, does this get noted in the evaluation? Is this part of the review process?
I believe Scott Stromer is on the line.
Yes, Commissioner. Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. So when the committee evaluates these proposals, when they go through that process, they do, check references, they'll check with internal, and normally the staff that are on the evaluation committee are folks that have worked with these firms or have the experience with the actual work itself, so they would have that insight. And I'm not aware of any of the firms having any issues. Adam may be able to speak to that. One of the firms did have some concerns, which we addressed in another item, which is actually B5 for this meeting. But other than that, I'm not aware of any issues that were raised by the committee.
Well, thank you. I am aware of major issues that have happened at this board it was actually in early 2020, so before Commissioner Meyer and Commissioner Cohen were here. Major problems with Tyndall Oliver. We hired Tyndall Oliver to recommend new mobility fees for the county, and they presented those to us in early 2020. Our impact fees were very old, and so naturally one would expect them to need to be raised because certainly the costs of road widening, asphalt, construction had gone up since our previous impact fees. And yet, their report presented to us proposed mobility fees that would have actually been lower than our current fees for most projects, most housing and apartments and everything, except it would have been higher for affordable housing. The new fee schedule they recommended to us would raise the amount taken out of our HOPE dollars for every affordable housing project for impact fees while lowering the amount the developers would pay in most other projects, shifting those costs for road improvements to taxpayers. However, the report was it presented in such a misleading way that was not apparent to us, that if we had approved their, right off the top, that if we had approved their recommendations, we would have lowered impact fees for everything and raised them for affordable housing, because they presented the data in a way that made it look like they were raising fees. What they did was show 2 charts side by side, our current fees at the time, and the new fees they were proposing. And line by line, it looked like the new fees were higher. But it was only when you really got into the fine print, and it was my aide who dug this up on the face of it. I was not even believing that could be. But it turned out they were comparing the current fees at 80% and their new fees at 100%. So naturally they seemed to be higher. But if you really compared them apples to apples, which we went to great lengths to finally do, it turns out they were lowering fees. So then we had to delve into the study line by line to find out why they were turning out this way. And it was because their study based the fees on the cost of road improvements including past projects going back almost 20 years ago when costs were much lower, without adjusting those costs for inflation. And they, in fact, they had some projects that were on our CIP list and were quoting those costs as almost half the cost of what we knew them to be. And they were, not using current dollars instead. And furthermore, they threw out the 3 highest cost projects and said, well, those are high. We're going to throw those out. But they didn't throw out the 3 lowest projects at all. So the data was skewed, cherry-picked, skewed. And they also used some road projects, I believe, from other places that didn't compare with our costs. So what ended up happening is we ended up having to make them do this report over, and then have it fully vetted by our staff. And so eventually they came back with a study that actually raised fees, as you would have expected, once we sent them back and had our staff really monitor them. But if this were my own business, not county government, I most certainly would not be hiring a firm who had turned in such shoddy work already. We've got 8 other firms that applied for this. There's just no reason to include them after they've treated the county taxpayer dollars this way and treated us this way. So I object to them being included in the list. If they were, if this whole thing passes and they're included and they're going to get work from our county, I'm not going to be able to trust recommendations that come from this. I'm going to have to be, and county staff is going to have to be going through line by line to make sure, and double checking and looking up the stuff they're bringing to us to make sure it's accurate. It's just not the way we should have to operate. So, I'm going to be making a motion contrary to what this was, but first I've got a couple more questions for staff. I had asked this of staff already and haven't gotten a response back. Didn't Tischler Bice already do this? We already hired Tischler Bice for some economic analysis of growth management back, I want to say, right before the pandemic, right before the early 2020, they came to us and told us what they were going to do. And I haven't seen hide nor hair of that yet, so I don't know why we're sending, $900,000 to some other firms, including this one, to do what I thought we were already doing. Can anybody tell me what happened to that Tyndall or Tischler Bice?
Scott, are you?
Yes, Mr. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. The Tischler Bice fiscal impact analysis model work is ongoing. Tischler Bice has met with county staff and is in the process of validating some of the information and data that's gone into the model that they're creating. That is the status of it now. It's in the it is ongoing right now, and progress is continuing to be made. It's anticipated that within a month or so, there may be a model demonstration that could be presented for review. So that work is going on currently.
Well, thank you. I would like to see that work before I farm out $900,000 worth of other work to consultants that include somebody whose work I don't trust. And the last question, Adam, is, or Scott, I guess, is, was WTL considered for this work? They did marvelous economic fiscal analysis along just these lines that we're talking about for this, of growth and planning and market analysis for the WVR2 area. Were they contacted? Did they apply? Were they considered for this list?
So name of the company was WTL? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, WTL plus A or something like that.
Okay. I don't see them as one of the proposers of one of the 8 that offered. I'd have to go back and look at the list to see, but all of our solicitations are sent out to everybody in the notices. If they're signed up for that commodity code, they should receive notice. It would take me just a little bit to go back and look at the system to see if they actually received a notice.
Okay, so then I'd like to make an motion, because the results of any of the work of these consultants will be so critical to our decisions and costly for the taxpayers. I would like to make a motion to send this back to staff for review and clarification of the scope, and frankly hold off on hiring anyone else to do this kind of work until we get the results of the Tischler Bice study, which might better inform even a scope of what our needs are of economic and fiscal analysis moving forward.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Smith and a second by Commissioner Kemp. Could you restate your motion?
Yes, it's to send this item back to, so not approve it today, not tank it, but just send it back to staff for review, clarification of the scope, while holding it off until holding off on hiring anyone else or spending these dollars until we have the results of the Tischler Bice study that are due in about a month, and along the same lines, because I think that study of the same material may better inform the scope of what we need from these other people to do.
Okay, so just for clarification, as needed economic impact and market analysis consulting services, that's this particular, okay. I just want to make sure that our clerk can make it clear.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward and pulling it. As we know, when this has come up for a discussion, and not to mention approximately a 2-hour or so board workshop after culminating after back in our offices, we were going through this, the Tyndall Oliver impact fee report that they did line by line and had to use our own resources. It was incumbent upon us as commissioners to double check, as you said, the misleading and just, I don't even know how to describe what it was that was put forward. It was not, I have utterly no confidence after having received that and having to pull it apart piece by piece. As you mentioned, I mean, we looked at our own CIP, and one of the roads that they took out the highest cost roads, one of the roads they did put in, they had half the estimate that was on our CIP, half the true cost, I should say, not even estimate. So that it brought down the cost of, the ultimate assessment of impact fees. They had a road, and I'm just doing this from memory, but that from, I think it was a cemetery in Jacksonville that they used for costing out the true cost of roads that, went through a cemetery. They had sidewalks that were from another state from decades ago, even though state statute said when this was done that it should be recent. And how these things ever got included to, really it hurts all of our possibilities for infrastructure. And, we've just been out of this, but it shouldn't rely on commissioners and their staff to do the work in this. And I'll just say that this is different than if you're buying fleet. Let's say our procurement department buys automobiles or even IT or even, widgets if you want, any kind of thing like that. That's a very judgeable, you can mark off, you can see what other areas, see the metrics of these things. But when we're hiring consultants who develop policy recommendations for this board to consider in the area of land use, this is really legislative, this is policy, and I think we really need to be doing something different about that, because the fact that after what Tyndale Oliver did with those mobility fees and the experience that we had both back in the offices for months and at this board, it gives me no confidence. I have no confidence that I would get a good product. And here I am relying on that to make decisions for the taxpayers of this county. And I just, think that this is something that we have to be, has to come in a different way moving forward, because to depend on that is, just as I say, moving forward is not something that I feel good about legislating on.
Thank you. Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. First of all, I want to point out that this item should have been taken up at the end of our meeting per our rules. We're 18 minutes into, and I'm timing it, 18 minutes into this discussion on a consent agenda item that should have been at the end of the meeting. Commissioner Kemp and Smith clearly have concerns with Tyndale Oliver. We all know that. Staff knows that. Yet staff's still recommending them to be approved. I don't know Tyndale Oliver. I don't care about Tyndale Oliver. I might have met with him once during the mobility fee study. I don't even recall that. But I can only assume, knowing that there are two commissioners that have issues, that staff either doesn't believe they have merit or doesn't share their concerns at a minimum. So I'm going to make a substitute motion for staff, or move staff recommendations. But question I have, I don't know if this is for Bonnie, if this is for Scott. Staff still recommending them. So do you not share their concerns? I guess that's the question.
So within the context of the other item the board will take up a little later on B5, the same discussion, and that committee was also aware of the concerns, and they did go through it, and as described in B5, the committee did go through to find out what the circumstances were around that, and there was some shared responsibility between staff and that particular consultant. But In the end, with both of the items, the committee, as well as Development Services, really wants to have a pool of experts. And staff is very mindful that any decisions and any proposals that are awarded are going to be scrutinized, and they're going to make absolutely sure that everything's checked, and we're going to do a better job of making sure that the proposals that come back are worthy of the board's review. So short answer is the committee did consider all of that. They did look at the circumstances. Tyndall Oliver was called in and was interviewed, and they acknowledged it was not a shining moment for them, and they realized that they have to do better, and they've taken steps. They assured the committee they have taken steps to address any kind of quality concerns that they had and to make sure that their communication is much better moving forward. So with that, the committee did agree that it's beneficial, given their experience and their qualifications in this area, in both areas covered by both items, that it was beneficial for the county to have them at least as part of the cadre that Development Services can call upon if they need to.
Okay, well, I'm going to rely on staff's opinion and recommendation here, so I'll make the substitute motion for staff recommendation.
Could you restate your substitute motion, sir?
It's just for staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a substitute motion for following the staff's recommendation.
I think that's to approve A81.
A81 by Commissioner Hagan, a second by Commissioner Myers. Any comment, Commissioner Smith?
Yes, one further thing. I mean, this wasn't only a matter of sloppy work. It was misleading. It's hard to understand how it could be explained away by human error or a bad day or anything else. And I'll tell you, it's not an isolated incident. I chaired the TPO's, Transportation Disadvantaged Coordinating Board, and we received a report from Tyndale at that board that was also sloppy. Several board members, before I spoke, without me talking about it, raised questions about the way the data was collected and reported. It was presented as data from a public survey, but when pressed by the other board members, it came out that they had only contacted 29 agencies and then phoned only 10 of those agencies with no comment from the general public at all, much less the people from the transportation disadvantaged community. But this was so unclear that we, had to, as from the board, send that report back and have that noted, because also the way the data was presented left the board members confused about what proportion of our community is over 65. I mean, it was just another example, and I offer that to you to say, what they've done with impact fees is not the only thing. But of course, I won't be voting to spend taxpayer dollars that might go to waste and require more and more work by our staff. So.
Okay, with that, we have an amended motion to approve the substitute motion to approve A81 by Commissioner
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
he's trying to get it fixed. I was trying to raise my hand.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry. Commissioner
no
Myers,
problem.
you're
It's frozen, so he's going to take care of it.
Okay, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I know in a previous meeting, we spoke about Tyndall Oliver doing the mobility fee and how it was not acceptable with the information that was being presented to us. And I felt at that time maybe the board should have put a policy in place at that time so we don't come back and have to experience the same thing that we're talking about now. And it appears that we want to punish or not allow them to participate after our staff has recommended, and it goes back to B5, that they be one of our vendors to do work for the county. So going out to bid, and when the bid and listening to what procurement director has said everyone who want to bid on a Pacific County project can. I mean, we're mentioning other names that individuals did not have the opportunity or maybe did not want to bid on our project, but I cannot see on 2 items we continue to beat down Tender Oliver when they continue to submit a bid, and our staff is recommending that we move forward with them. Now, as of today, if this board want to put a policy in place or work with staff to put a policy in place, if we want to look at Tender Oliver cannot do any work in Hillsborough County, because this issue is going to keep coming up every time their name comes up on an agenda item. So we need to figure what solution we want to put in place if we don't want to work with them based on what happened before, or we can have the opportunity to allow them to continue to do work, because you said they did the work that was vetted and staff vetted it, but does it mean that we have to come behind them and check? We should be doing that with anyone that is doing business with the county. Staff should be checking to make sure what they're doing, they are in compliance with the contract that they had signed. So I'll leave it there. I'm going to support Tender Oliver moving forward until this board decide if we want to put a policy in place. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers, and I think I appreciate your points. I'm looking at the backup, and Tender Oliver scored one of the highest in the areas that we're discussing, without any comments or backups. And yet, today, when hearing from Mr. Stromer, he's indicated that there had been discussions and comments with the provider of services that is under consideration here. So I'm actually not going to support the motion, because I do believe it's important that we get some information in the backup on the selection committee's evaluation process to help understand what agreements have been made or what issues had been addressed that has been addressed by the board members in previous experiences with some of our vendors. And I'm not picking on Tender Oliver specifically, but I do think we do need to see in the backup where those items have been agreed upon by the staff, and help know that we're addressing where there may be opportunities for improvement and transparency when it comes to our citizens. And with that, I'd like to call the roll poll.
Excuse me, Commissioner Cohen has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cohen. I apologize. You're recognized, sir.
Commissioner Overman, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
So it seems to me that A81 and B5 have now been totally conflated in this discussion. And so I would just point out to everyone that all Commissioner Smith's motion does, in my understanding, is just delay this for really just a matter of weeks. And given the amount of time and what's been raised here today, I don't have a problem with doing that. That's a different question, I think, than we have on B5, where we need to make a decision about staff's recommendation or not. So I'm not going to support the substitute motion at this time.
Thank you, sir. Not seeing any other hands raised or requests to speak. Please take a roll call.
Overman?
No. Voting on the substitute motion?
On the substitute motion.
Hagan, okay.
No.
Cullen?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Myers?
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Smith?
Yes, I mean, no. No.
All right, got it. White?
No.
All right, motion failed 2-5.
And then back to the...
Commissioner Overman, Cullen, Kemp, Smith, and White voted no.
Thank you, sir. And are we going to return to the original motion? And so can we take a roll call on the original motion, please?
Overman?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
No.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
No.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Hagan and Myers voted no.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Okay, very good. We can now move to our 10 o'clock items, and the first one is item G1. This is to receive a report on affordable housing services regarding the fiscal year 21 affordable housing projects. Commissioners, you have spoken so much about affordable housing and the impact that we've made on the community. Each board meeting, you approve various agenda items, and this is going to give us an opportunity to consolidate that which we have completed and give you a feel and the public a feel for that which has been accomplished. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Cheryl Howell.
Ms. Howell, you're recognized. Thank you.
James, can you pull up the presentation, please?
Yes, ma'am. Stand by.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing Services. My pleasure to be here this morning.
We can see your presentation.
Okay, you can see my presentation. James, will I have control of the presentation?
No, ma'am. I have control.
Okay. If you'll, good morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing Services. Here to report the Affordable Housing Services Annual Impact Report. Next slide, please. We just really want to be able to share the story of what we've been doing this past year. There's just been an enormous amount of work that's been done by all of county, but I want to speak specifically about affordable housing services and what we've been able to do. In doing so, I laid out our services in 5 different service areas, and that's affordable housing programs, homeless and pandemic services, public and community facilities, ancillary programs and services, and public services. As you can see, we have invested over $24.5 million and helped to create and preserve over 1,400 units of housing. For our public facilities and community facilities, we have impacted over 15,000 households and invested over $7.3 million. Under our public services, we typically invest about $1 million annually, and this past year we have impacted over 931 households. For our homeless and pandemic services, we have impacted over 2,700 households and invested over $10.1 million. In our ancillary programs and services, we invested over $11.2 million and impacted almost 4,000 households. Next slide, please. On this slide, there's a breakout of the total amount of money that's been invested and the total amount of households. Over the past year, it's just been an amazing body of work that's been created. We've impacted over 24,000 households and invested in projects and activities of over $54 million. As you can see to the pie chart on your right, that most of our efforts went towards housing programs. That's 43%. And a whopping 32% went into homeless services and COVID-19 pandemic services. Under our public facilities and infrastructure, we typically come in around 14-15%. We're at 3.5% under public services, and under ancillary services and programs, we're at 7.25%. Next slide, please. And in really rolling out our story, we want to tell you about the different projects that we've been able to do and projects that you'll be able to feel in touch and put your hands on and go out and visit as well. Under our multifamily new construction program, we invested over $10 million and helped to create and preserve 1,110 households. We have several different partners that we work with over the course of the past year: Catholic Charities, New Life Village, University Area, CDC, Brandon Preserve, and many others. Next slide, please. Our project spotlight for our new multifamily is a relatively small program. It's the New Life Village program, and we invested over $1.7 million in funding to help build 16 new townhomes to the already existing 32 units. And if you get an opportunity to go out and visit this program, I certainly encourage that you do. This funding, the funding for this agency provides supportive services to at-risk foster care youth and their adopted families. So we not only provide housing, but we help to disrupt the foster care system as well. Next slide, please. Under our multifamily acquisition program, we've invested $6.8 million and have impacted 135 households. The multifamily acquisition program is primarily designed to partner up with our nonprofit agencies to acquire and rehab existing multifamily units for the preservation of long-term affordable housing. And some of our partners are Catholic Charities, DACO, East Tampa Business and Civic Association, and Volunteers of America. Next slide, please. Our project spotlight is the Carroll Motel, and if any of you have ever taken a ride down 41 going towards Ruskin, it was an old motel located off on the riverside. We provided funding to acquire and rehab this motel. Initially, it would have been 20 units, but some of those units could not be saved. So we're providing 13 efficiency units. But the beauty of this particular project is that there will be a second phase to it because the property was large enough. So we're looking at a second phase to add an additional 40 units down in the South County area where affordable rental units are desperately needed. Next slide, please. And I'd like to talk a little bit about our single-family housing program. So we not just invest in the multifamily rental programs, but our single-family programs help to create wealth for our families as well. And so that primarily consists of our down payment assistance and our newly constructed programs. We partner up with the Housing Finance Authority, Habitat for Humanity, and Florida Home Partnership on these programs. We've invested over $4.1 million this past year and assisted over 175 households. Next slide, please. And I just want to talk about our down payment assistance program for just a second. We've invested over $1.9 million and helped to create 126 new homeowners. We offer up to $25,000 in down payment assistance for qualified first-time home buyers, and that's through our Home Sweet Home program. Next slide, please. In our single-family new construction program, we partner up with Habitat for Humanity and Florida Home Partnership on these programs. We have invested over $2.2 million this past year and assisted up to 49 homeowners. And on the right-hand side, you can see one of those homes. They do really, really great work. Next slide, please. Our project spotlight is Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity was awarded $500,000 in one of their projects to purchase land that was divided into 12 lots. And we'll talk about this particular project a little bit later on. But on the right-hand side, you can see a happy family, and right beneath there, you'll see the layout of those 12 lots. And this is really impacted not just the family, but the communities that they build the homes in as well. Next slide, please. Under our single-family housing rehabilitation program, we assist low to moderate income homeowners in making needed repairs, demolition and reconstruction of owner-occupied homes, and it allows the families and those with special needs to continue living safely in their homes. And it also improves the housing stock. We partner up with the Center for Women, East Tampa Business and Civic Association, and Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay, and also Self-Reliance. Over the past year, we've invested $3.5 million and impacted over 43 households. Next slide, please. Under the project spotlight for this, we have Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay. They were awarded $450,000 to demolish and reconstruct 2 homes that were just needed extensive repair work to the point where they had to be demolished and replaced. On the right-hand side, you can see the older home, and at the bottom, you can see the brand new home that RTTB built. The new homes are similar in size to the original homes, have zero interest deferred payment mortgages on those homes. So they don't have to make a payment on those homes and it's zero interest, but they do have to stay in the home for a period of time. Next slide, please. And our other project spotlight for our housing rehab program is Center for Women. Center for Women is one of those agencies that's been around for a very long time. Really, we have an amazing partnership with them. Over the past year, they were awarded $1.75 million to rehabilitate a minimum of 26 homes throughout Hillsborough County. They come in and do kitchen repairs, bathroom repairs, flooring, windows, complete repairs of the house, depending on the extent of the work that needs to be taken care of. On your right, you'll see a picture of what appears to be a mid-century home. You could tell by the peach-colored tile there, and you can see where they have done the improvements with the grab bars. They've opened it up for so that it can be easily accessed. Next slide, please. And I want to pivot for a moment and talk about our community and public facilities programs. We provide funding to community partners and nonprofits for facility improvements like roofing, AC repairs, parking lot expansions, facility expansions, and infrastructure improvements. Some of our partners are Children's Home Network, McDonald Training Center, Enterprising Latinas, Miracles Outreach, New Life Village, Sunrise Community, University Area CDC, ACT, Salitas House, and Dawning Family Services. Over the past year, we've invested over $6.5 million and impacted over 6,300 households. Next slide, please, sir. And our project spotlight for the community and public facilities is Dawning Family Services. And you may know them by Alpha House. And Alpha House has served this community for many years. And they provide shelter and housing assistance to young families in crisis. We provided $2 million in CDBG funding for the demolition and reconstruction of their new building. And you can see on the right-hand side the old building that they had. And on the bottom screen here, you can see this brand new building. We're so very, very proud of this project, and we look forward to all the great work that Dawning Family Services provide to our citizens. Next slide, please. And another project spotlight is the Harvest Hope Cultural Campus and the Harvest Hope Park. Harvest Hope Park is a partnership between the county and University Area CDC. The project really is a community asset, offering children and families a safe place to gather, play, exercise, and learn in the university area. The county donated 7 acres for the park and allocated more than $700,000 in CDBG funds for the construction of a sports field and infrastructure, including lights, sidewalks, parking spaces, sod, and fencing. I'll just take a moment here. On the north side of the park, where you see the where you see kind of the lake, is where the Habitat for Humanity homes are. And so really this whole neighborhood is being changed by us really what is a small amount of investment. Next slide, please. And I'd like to pivot over to our public services. Typically, we provide about $1 million annually in public service dollars. This past year, we were able to help 931 households. Our partners vary from year to year, but this past year, our partners were Hillsborough County School Readiness Coalition, the Housing and Educational Alliance, Lighthouse for the Blind, McDonald Training Center, Mary and Martha House, Metropolitan Ministries, New Life Village, and Seniors in Service. And we provide funding to many community partners and various programs within those agencies, like Education to Employment, Senior Companion Services, Homeless Services, Recovery and Trauma, and Independence After Vision Loss. Next slide, please, sir. And I'm sure you heard me mention the Tampa Lighthouse for the Blind, currently known as the Lighthouse for the Blind and Low Vision. The county provided $100,000 to assist up to 22 residents in unincorporated Hillsborough County, Temple Terrace, and Plant City with instructional programs to gain the skills needed to maximize their independence, such as safety in kitchen, computer use, errors and adjustments to blindness counseling. Some people are born blind and have to learn from birth. Many others lose their sight later on in life, and that's a huge adjustment. And they provide a very needed service in our community, and we've partnered with them for years. Next slide, please. Our urban county partners. Our urban county partners are City of Plant City and City of Temple Terrace. Essentially what they do is they share in the funding that's provided by the federal government and by the state government. And we provide funding and technical support for the type of improvements that they need to make in their low mod income communities. So we may go in and we may build sidewalk additions or replacement, street resurfacing, sewer system upgrades, and many other type of programs. This past year, we invested over $880,000 and impacted over 8,900 households. Next slide, please. And homeless programs. Under our homeless assistance programs, we invested $8.6 million and impacted almost 3,400 households. We provided funding to assist with rapid rehousing and housing stabilization for individuals and families. Our partner agency is Tampa Hillsborough Homeless Initiative. We have an amazing relationship with them and their network of partners. They've been integral in providing access to homeless services, not just for the county, but they also do it for the city as well to create a seamless system of services for people. Next slide, please. And our Project Spotlight is our shared housing program. The shared housing program really kind of came about over a lunch conversation with the executive director. And we were talking about ways to be able to expand access to affordable housing, especially for our extremely low income people. And so our shared housing program typically is the acquisition and rehab of existing single family housing, and it's designed to support extremely low income people. They come in and they have a bedroom of their own and they share those common spaces. So it's a step up from a shelter type situation. Not always ideal, but it really puts the individual in a family type setting that's safe and affordable. We provided $652,000. We completed 2 homes this past year, and we have 7 additional homes that's projected to be completed this year. Next slide, please, sir. And under our pandemic services, like many of us, have taken a tremendous amount of our energy, time and resources. Under our mortgage and rental assistance program, we invested over $7.7 million and assisted over 21 households. Now, I want to say that this is certainly different from the almost $90 million that Audrey Ziegler has done in social services. And so we were doing some things in the gap and also assisting with mortgage assistance. So this is separate from that program. Our partners are Capital Access, Catholic Charities, Housing and Educational Alliance, REACH, and the Greater Palm River CDC. And under our homeless services funding, we were also able to assist over 500 households by investing over $2.3 million. And that was to support nonprofit agencies who were providing shelter support during the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the changes in the expansion and the things that needed to be taken care of to keep people safe. And also with the CARES funding, we administer what I want to call our nonprofit daycare facility assistance. So during the height of the pandemic, to help get those daycare facilities back online and to help them with some funding to create a safe place for our families to bring their children. We invested over $2.1 million and helped over 112 daycare centers. And this was in the height of the pandemic. Next slide, please. And under our ancillary programs and services, we sometimes get kind of one-off type of projects that we have to do. We created $2 million. We invested $1.2 million and helped over 139 households. And we did that through providing housing counseling and displacement assistance to prevent families from experiencing homelessness. And we partnered up with Salitas House on some of these issues. And under our capacity building program, this is the last but not least, this particular program works with our nonprofits to help strengthen the nonprofits and build capacity. Florida Housing Coalition is our partner with them. They are a statewide agency known for just doing great work all over the state. And they work with 10 agencies over the past year. Next slide, please. And so I've talked a whole lot about, what we've done this past year. And I know that, there are so many people out there that need help. And we need to also, share what we've done, but we need to also share about where we're going. And so I wanted to share with the commissioners just a 2-year projection, and I broke it down into 2 areas: housing development and community development. Consist of public facilities, public services, and our homeless type services as well. So we're looking to create and stabilize over 10,300 in total housing units in the next 2-year period. And we see us doing this through developing or acquiring for low-income households 5,380 units. And through our tenant subsidy type programs and mortgage assistance and homeless assistance program, we see us providing subsidy and support to 4,950 households. And when you look at the pie chart, it kind of gives you a better idea of our projected numbers. So when it comes to rental and mortgage assistance, we're projecting out 1,200, and that's a pretty moderate projection. On our single family and owner occupied rehab, we're looking at 160 units. Under our tenant subsidy, 750 households. Under homeless assistance, 300 households. Under our single family development, 130 households. DPA, 240 households. Under our multifamily acquisition and rehab, 850. And under our multifamily new construction, that's 4,000. And that'll be done through our impact fee waivers, density bonuses, and our fiscal investments that we make with our developers and our nonprofits. Next slide, please. And on the 2-year projections for our community development, we're projecting impacting over 17,000 households, and we'll primarily do it through our public facilities type activities, and we'll impact at least 10,000 households, and that number is pretty moderate. Our urban county partners will probably impact about 5,500 households. That's what we're projecting. Under our public services, we're projecting that we will impact at least 1,600 households, and under our capacity building, at least 20 entities. And next slide, please. And so now we're kind of at the end of my presentation. I am open to any questions or comments that you may have.
Ms. Howell, thank you very, very much for that presentation, a very thorough one. I appreciate all the information you provided. And I will say this, being is that housing, affordable housing and transportation are key pressing issues on all of our residents within Hillsborough County. Bringing this information to the public and making sure they're aware of the many great works we're doing, although it is difficult to try and meet everyone's needs, and our federal guidelines oftentimes cause some challenges in helping everyone, as well as budget constraints. We're doing great work here, and I really appreciate you bringing this to the public's attention to show all the households, you know, the over 10,000 housing units that we plan on really revealing to the communities in partnership with our partners, our developers, our home builders, and our nonprofits in making sure the citizens of Hillsborough County are housed. Because the social construct that occurs when that fails also lays a burden on not only our communities, but also on our financial budgets. So thank you very, very much. And with that, I'll to entertain a motion to receive the report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. With that, please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioners. We knew that was a lot of information, but that was important before we have the next public hearing. Item D1, which is to conduct a public hearing to accept the comments on the Hope Affordable Housing Fund Biennial Plan. Cheryl Howell is here. This is a public hearing.
Ms. Howell.
Good morning, Commissioner. Cheryl Howell again. We're here today to present to you the Hope Biennial Plan. We want to conduct the public hearing and to accept comments today for the Hope Affordable Housing Fund Biennial Plan. We want to close the public comment period, review period, which began on December 8th, 2021, and adopt the Hope Affordable Housing Fund Biennial Plan. There's no fiscal impact related to conducting this public hearing. This is a public hearing.
Sorry. Thank you very much. We actually have 3 public comments associated with this public hearing. With that, I'd like to ask if they're present. I'm looking for Tina Forcier. Please come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Tina Forcier, the CEO for Habitat for Humanity of Hillsborough County. I just want to say thank you for having me, and also thanks for all of your support in affordable housing and for Cheryl's support. It's been great. I want to talk a little bit about the HOPE budget that was outlined for 22 and 23. It shows an allocation to home ownership that affects 34 families in the 2 years. If you compare this to the number of families affected by multifamily rental, at 300 each year, that's 600 families. So this results in a difference between the two of 566 families that are not allowed the opportunity of homeownership and the possibility to close the wealth gap in our community just under the HOPE plan. Not surprisingly, the gap in homeownership rates between white families and black families is a significant contributor to the wealth gap. And homeownership continues to be the primary mechanism that American families use to build wealth. Hillsborough County elected officials can play a role in providing wealth-building opportunities for minority families through a variety of public policies. When making allocations of housing-related funds, elected officials should carefully consider the role that homeownership plays in wealth building. With strong population growth projected for the foreseeable future, and we can feel it right now, it is reasonable to assume that residential real estate will continue to be a wealth-building asset for families who own homes in Hillsborough County. By contrast, renters will not share in the wealth building enjoyed by owners of residential real estate. There is no question that funds are needed for rentals for low-income families, and that an increase in density is a focus in our community because it affects transportation. However, to allow greater access to wealth building, a multifamily homeownership category could be considered to address both density and wealth building in the HOPE budget. I did have a homeowner candidate with me, but she had to leave to go to work. Her name was Tiffany Brown, and I'm just going to read her comments. She says that she is currently working through the Habitat for Humanity program to purchase a townhome in Brandon. Moving from renting to owning will allow me to secure a better future for myself as well as my family. It will also provide peace of mind knowing that I won't be moving again. In March of 2021, I was diagnosed with a non-invasive form of breast cancer. Since then, I've had 2 major surgeries along with another procedure. Working with Habitat and knowing soon that I will be purchasing a townhome that is affordable allowed me to focus on healing instead of stressing about being able to afford rent increases in the upcoming months and years. Affordable homeownership will allow me to go back to school to become a registered nurse. As a single parent, I have not always done everything right, but I do know that leaving them a home is the best thing that I could give them. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for offering her comments. She was signed up to speak, and I appreciate you doing it within a very brief period of time. Given that Tiffany Brown was on the agenda but had to leave, we'll move on to Sheila Simmons Tribble, who is attending virtually. Ms. Tribble?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Simmons Tribble, a member of Bible-Based Fellowship Church, a member congregation of HOPE, the Hillsborough Organization for Progress and Equality. I'm also the chair of HOPE's Affordable Housing Fund Monitoring Committee. I'm here today to speak in support of the HOPE Affordable Housing Fund biennial plan. For 7 years, HOPE works to get the county to tackle our housing crisis. That's because even before our most recent increase in housing costs, over 75,000 families with very low income were spending over half of their income on housing. We know these families are our essential workers, with many being nurses' aides, teachers' aides, janitors, daycare workers, and store clerks. In September 2019, we won a solution. You, as our commissioners, passed the HOPE Affordable Housing Act, committing at least $10 million of the local public funds annually in the county budget to create more affordable housing. You then approved $10 million in 2020 and in 2021 budgets to help alleviate the great need. And today we know the need is even greater given the pandemic and the increased cost of housing. We are glad you approved an additional $1 million for the fiscal year 2022 budget, making it now $11 million in the Affordable Housing Fund for 2022. Again, this addresses the even greater need for affordable housing, and it is one of the positive changes acknowledged in this biennial plan. Another change in the biennial plan is one HOPE has consistently requested that more of the HOPE Affordable Housing Fund go to families and seniors with very low income at 50% and below the area median income. These are vulnerable members of our community, so we're glad to see this biennial plan move towards what's allowed in the ordinance by increasing the use of funds for very low income from 30% to 50% of the HOPE fund. HOPE supports the good movement of these changes because we've seen the impact that the Affordable Housing Fund is having on the lives of families. For example, we visited Stable Place Apartments, spoke with families, heard their proud stories of having safe and beautiful places to raise their children, and we saw the excitement of the university area residents at the groundbreaking ceremonies of Uptown Sky and those residents asking to be put on the waiting list immediately. This fund is giving hope to families and children in Hillsborough County. Lastly, as I charge to monitor the fund and next steps,
Ms.
Hope
Tribble.
wants to understand the RFP.
Ms. Tribble, your time has expired, but I do want to say thank you so very much for being here and acknowledging that this board actually funded $11 million for 2022 and $10 million for the following year as a plan for the next year, maybe. But the good news is we have a commitment towards affordable housing, and with that, I want to thank all those that have provided us with public comment. And with that, I don't see any other public comments added. So with that, I will close the public hearing and entertain discussion and/or a motion to approve. I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no other comments or requests for comment, please take a roll call vote.
Ilwerman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next is a public hearing, item D2, for declaring the zoning in progress and considering a moratorium for RP2. Johanna Lundgren from the County Attorney's Office will take you through this. This is a public hearing.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Johanna Lundgren, County Attorney's Office. This is a first public hearing for the ordinance extending the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications for rezonings and plan development zoning modifications within a portion of the residential plan 2 RP2 future land use designation of the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan until the earlier of February 2nd, 2023, or the date of conclusion of State of Florida Division of Administrative Hearings case number 21-3467 and any appeals thereof. By operation of Florida statute, if a comprehensive plan amendment is timely challenged, the amendment does not become effective until the challenge is concluded. So this extension recognizes the pending challenge of the amendment in the Division of Administrative Hearings and will ensure that the board's intent, as evidenced by the board's adoption of the RP2 amendments on October 14th, 2021, is supported during the time it's necessary for the resolution of this administrative proceeding. This is the first of 2 public hearings and no action is required today. A final public hearing for adoption of the ordinance is scheduled for February 2nd.
Thank
I'm
you for your
available for any
report.
questions.
Thank you for your report. This is a public hearing. I have no one signed up for this particular public hearing, so I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion or discussion. No motion necessary. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the next item.
The next item is item D3. This is to conduct the first public hearing regarding designation of a brownfield. Yaksha Petrovic is here to present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yaksha Petrovic, Economic Development Department. This is a first public hearing for the designation of a brownfield area at a parcel located at 13635 North 12th Street, Tampa, Florida. There is no BOCC action required today, as a second public hearing to consider a resolution designating the brownfield area is set for February 2nd. On September 17, 2021, the property owner, Blue UACDC1 LLC, submitted an application requesting that Hillsborough County designate the parcel located at 13635 North 12th Street, Tampa as a brownfield area. The property consists of approximately 2.84 acres and is shown on the projected map.
Apologies, do you have something you need to share? Okay.
Yep, should be coming up.
Got it, thank you.
Brownfield area is a real property. The expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by actual or perceived environmental contamination. The property is currently vacant. The applicant plans to redevelop the property with 61 units of affordable residential development. The designation provides certain potential benefits to the developer associated with cleanup of the site. There is no financial impact to the county associated with this designation. An advertised community meeting on this designation was held at the University Community Development Corporation Harvest Hope Center on December 6th. At the community meetings, no citizens attended and no comment was received. The applicant's representative is present and has a short presentation to provide an overview of the project.
Is that the conclusion of your report, sir?
It is, and the applicant's attorney is here. They have a couple of minutes just to go over their project and establish that they meet the criteria.
Good
Please
morning,
introduce
Commissioners.
yourself
My
and go
name
ahead,
is-
sir.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. My name is Brett Brumman. I'm with the Goldstein Environmental Law Firm, and we represent the applicant, Blue UACDC 1 LLC. As Mr. Petrovic stated, the applicant is currently building a 61-unit affordable housing development at the site, and they are making this request due to a perception of contamination generated by a petroleum discharge at an adjacent gas station. It's undergoing remediation. This discharge is flagged as an environmental risk in the applicant's Phase 1 environmental site assessment. And although no action is required today, if this board approves this resolution at the following the second public hearing in February, this will allow the applicant to both mitigate that risk and mitigate some of the costs already incurred in further evaluating the risk. As set forth in the materials provided with the applicant's application, this project does meet all 5 of the brownfield area designation criteria. And if I may just share a quick rendering, this is the completed project, and the gas station where the discharge occurred is located directly adjacent to it right here. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were not able to see your illustration, but I don't see any questions in the queue. So given that, I'll close the public hearing and announce that the consideration of the resolution will be addressed at the next public hearing on February 2nd at 10 a.m. Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B2. This is to approve the scheduling and format of the public meetings to receive feedback from you all regarding the proposed transportation surtax. John Lyons is here, Greg Horwedel is on the line, and of course, Ms. Beck and I can answer any questions as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Lyons, you're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Lyons, Public Works Administration. Commissioners, we're asking you to approve, we've scheduled, or tentatively scheduled 4 locations in each of the district commissioners' areas, beginning on February 3rd and running through February and into early March, to approve those dates and locations. Also to get some feedback from you regarding the format. Is the format, whether how formal it is, or if it, we would recommend it be more of a open house type meeting where we can get some feedback from our public. Also, whether other entities should participate, and however many additional community meetings that may be scheduled after these.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I appreciate that. I have, is there anyone else that would like to present?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. In the queue, I have Commissioner Myers. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we'd like first to go ahead and approve the schedule, because that's one thing that Assistant County Administrator mentioned, John Lyons. Or do we want to do it all at one time? Because I have a lot to say, so I don't want to have to come back and repeat everything that we didn't get in the motion. So, because that's one of the things, so I just want a clarification with the schedule.
I think, you know, that schedule is established with you all. Unless you have any issues with that, then we'll go ahead and proceed with that. You can include it with your other comments.
Okay, so do you want to provide comments as it relates to item B2?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Oh, yes, I stayed up all night waiting for item B2.
Okay. Please proceed, ma'am.
Okay, and I hope we don't have the opportunity that we experienced in October that we could not hold public community engagements due to COVID. So we know this year we got to have these meetings in order to have transportation tax on the ballot. So whether they're outdoors, we have to find a way. That's real important. But the long story short is the 4 meetings that were dates that were mentioned were February 9th, February 28th, March 1st, and March 3rd, in each one of the districts being in order. The format for this particular meeting, I think will be excellent if we have a town hall, open house community meeting. As we all know that the information that was presented to us in our 2 transportation workshops by John Lyons and of the information on the transportation. So we've already seen that. That is information that we could share with our constituents who would attend our community meetings. At each one of the district meetings, it would be nice if each commissioner or the commissioner's designee attend the meeting to talk about why we're here, why we're at the point of the transportation meeting, because now the meeting is under the BOCC. With that being said, that in the open house or the town hall, constituents can come look at the proposed projects, walk around, talk with staff. They also can see a PowerPoint presentation, which would be considered the same information shown to us on our May 26th meeting and the September 23rd meeting. Those were 2 workshops that we held, in addition to any other information that staff would like our constituents to see. With the display, meaning they can walk around, they can talk with staff, staff can directly share input with them about the various projects. And just to mention some of them, as they were noted on the presentations that we received, building in and improving the system, intersection improvement, pedestrian and bike facility, trail projects, complete streets and roads, and bridge improvements, just to name a few. If we can share all of this information regarding the 1% transportation tax, or what the county is looking to do, in addition to whatever other projects might come up, this will be a win-win for our county, that anyone that attend the town hall or open house meeting will receive actual information that what we're planning to do, that we've already discussed in 2 previous workshops. Now, when we talk about how many community meetings, in addition to the 4 that we will have, I would project we would need to have at least between 20 and 40. Now, it might be less, but that's just a number I'm going to put out there. Because our county is so large, we need to make sure, and we give every effort to every citizen who would like to attend one of our meetings, have the opportunity to do so. Okay, that is real important. Nothing like community engagement is having the opportunity to come see and talk about what we are doing and how we want to use this 1% sales tax to approve projects in Hillsborough County. In addition to that, we will solicit their input, the citizens' input, what they would like to see as well. So they will have the opportunity while they're there at the meeting to share their comments. We should have something set up where they can sit there and type their comments in, or they can write them out right there, or they can go back home. But we want to make them have every option while they're there with us to share their comments with us. And so I'd like to hear other comments before I make the motion.
Excellent, thank you, Commissioner
Okay.
Myers. I see Commissioner White in the queue. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just want to say I'm fine with the schedule, but with respect to the format, I think I would like to see it, each of the 4 meetings that we're discussing here, to be informal, open house type formats where members of the public can come in and see information on, old-fashioned easels, have the ability to write things down, circle things, take notes. Certainly having some electronic medium there, like a PowerPoint presentation would be fine. In fact, Ms. Wise, I'm kind of envisioning something that I think would be kind of neat, which would be you'd probably have to do this in an electronic format, but, maybe put, $1 on a screen in such a way that it's expressed as change, some quarters, dimes, nickels, pennies. Of course, we know that the 3 municipalities are going to get a share of that because of population distribution and how the tax is levied throughout the county. So maybe show what would be left out of each dollar when we look at what's going to the municipalities, and then give citizens an opportunity to see various scenarios with HART receiving money off the top so that they can see how much of that dollar is left for transportation projects in unincorporated Hillsborough County, in the case of unincorporated Hillsborough County. And because I've noticed that HART, is not mentioned in this concept, but if this board at some point is going to contemplate the idea of some percentage going off the top to HART, I think it would be interesting for citizens to see what that would mean, and also provide their input on what, if anything, they would like to see go to HART. And as we're having that discussion, I think it's also important to remind citizens that HART is not a department of Hillsborough County government, that they're an independent taxing authority that levies a property tax in Hillsborough County. I think that's incredibly important. With respect to whether or not representatives of HART and the 3 municipalities are invited to these, I don't know, but I do suspect that the board at some point will want to entertain the idea of a spending plan, and to the extent that it involves HART, I think it is important for people to have that reminder of who HART is and give us their feedback on their appetite for funding for the agency.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I was looking forward to hearing your comments first, but I just want to, I think it's good for people to have numbers. And I think people don't realize, for instance, I've brought it up many times, Lithia Pinecrest Road, the 2-laning of 3 miles at more than $30 million a mile. So I think it's really good for them to understand. I think people are shocked. Van Dyke, 2 miles, $80 million it's going at now for widening. I mean, this isn't even just building a new road. So I think those numbers are very, significant, because I think people a lot of times they're kind of shocked when they hear that. To only be making a comparison between HART's dollars and not the other dollars, I think is misleading. And then to talk about it's actually a de minimis. It really truly is. Property assessment. I mean, the county also has property assessments. And so I don't know if we should be also putting the county's property assessments up there and then just, talking about that, because certainly a lot of that is going into roads, as much as we possibly can. We keep doing as well the money that we get from FDOT and the federal government and whatever for roads, if we're going to get into that. But I think we really should be focusing not on that, because I think that is all part of a big picture of how we provide transportation, what we do to move people in the county. I know you don't share the same vision for me in terms of how we do that. I look at it as we're far, far, far behind in our transit support. So, I think we can look at all those, look at all, to start, let people know about the costs, but also, which I think is important, as I've said, and look at some of the resources and let people know the needs and let people know some of the projects that we've done or that we have planned. I don't know if HART is prepared at this time to be any part of this, but certainly that should be. We don't have anything to say at this time about what any percentages are. So I actually do think, I'm thinking about this now, that would be misleading to do it this time in these workshops, because there's nothing that has been passed at this time. So why would we, even go forward with that? But I do think it's good for people to understand transportation, to understand needs, projects done, projects kind of out there, and a big picture and kind of this, we're just stepping into it. And then what I really want to have back is to hear back from people. And on everything, what do they see? Their sidewalk is broken. They want their road repaved. They see this as a great need, the widening, or this intersection's horrible, or whatever it is that they want to express within their individual areas. I certainly want to hear that because a lot of times there might be just a few people experiencing that or coming to a meeting or to share that. So I think that that's really, at this time, I really think it should be some sharing by us, but a lot of collection by us as well, and a lot of hearing about what projects and information or what citizens, constituents are looking at and feeling as a need.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. And before I acknowledge Commissioner White, I would like to add to those comments. I had myself in the queue, but pulled it out because I would like to hear from everyone. But I want to make a point. This board has to make decisions for, if we go this route, has to make decisions for a long period of time. We have to make decisions based on the needs of our entire transportation infrastructure, in order to make sure that the Hillsborough County citizens and residents that live here have the ability to get around, thrive, and grow, and enjoy the wonderful, county we live in. So I do agree the format of the meeting should be informative to the public as to the dire need and deficiencies of our entire transportation infrastructure, not just Hillsborough County's responsibility to manage roads and trails and other transportation-related infrastructure. Additionally, there should be a robust opportunity for the public to provide us with valuable feedback on those deficiencies, as well as those desires and needs and projects that we may want to present to them as our planning for transportation evolves. 5 members of this Board of County Commission sit on our Metropolitan Planning Organization that plans out and analyzes what the needs of this community out to 2045. So we have a strategy that our planning organization, our TPO, has evaluated to give us good guidance on what our transportation needs are. So it's critical that our collaborative efforts, that all the stakeholders, in my opinion, HART, the TPO, our municipalities, have a seat at the table as we discuss this important funding mechanism for meeting our overall infrastructure needs. And I do believe that we need a robust communication strategy to, that understanding that at one point we can only educate rather than advocate for the needs of our citizens and our residents within Hillsborough County. So I would suggest that we find an outside firm with experience in transportation and communications to assist us in our communication efforts moving forward. But I'm not going to make a motion to that effect, but I would highly recommend that we get some help telling our story. I know as an economist, when I talk to citizens about their financial plan, right, and I throw a bunch of numbers at them that says, hi, our need to plan for your retirement is this big. And they immediately shut down and go, oh God, we can't do that. There's no way we can do that, and there's no way that's going to happen. But if I have a person who helps understand what our goals are and make that case, that helps them understand what we're sharing with them, it really can get the job done so that citizens understand that we're investing in our future. And I believe that we would be valuable to that. Again, throwing a bunch of numbers at people can be overwhelming. Having engineers explain all the technical details can also be overwhelming. Those are both very complex issues, and we need our citizens to understand why we believe that it's important for us to develop a means of investing in our infrastructure as a whole. So with that, Commissioner White, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's well established that this board would like to adopt a spending plan if there is a new referendum that passes. I think the public record would substantiate that. I think it would also substantiate that there is an appetite to provide some percentage off the top to HART. And given that well-established record, I see no harm in staff saying, number one, establishing that HART does not do roads and sidewalks. So with any money going to HART, you're going to get buses, BRT, rail, ferry service, things like that. Okay, so establish that right off the top and then show the public various scenarios. If HART gets 10%, this is what's left of each dollar. 20%, here's what's left. 30%, 40%. I see no harm in that whatsoever. I think it can be laid out in a very simplistic way. And if these are informal open houses where we're hearing from the public, as opposed to the other way around, just this top down of just us bombarding them with a vision or information, let's hear their vision and let's have the members of the public tell us what they'd like to see in terms of a spending plan. What would they like to see going to roads, sidewalks, interchange improvements, pedestrian enhancements, signalization enhancements, and mass transit? I mean, certainly we're going to have folks throughout this county say that they are interested in transit. And that is likely to go through HART. But I see no harm in laying out those various scenarios, and then let's hear from them. Okay, what do you want to see in terms of a spending plan? And I think it will be interesting to see not only what we end up with when all the data is aggregated countywide, but I think it'll be interesting to see, what we hear from each of the 4 districts as well.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Myers? I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I think we've got some really good conversation laid out here. I agree with Commissioner White's description of the format of easels and information that makes it easy for people to come into an open house, see what they want to see, talk to who they want to talk to, and if they want to delve into the weeds of the PowerPoint presentation, which was pretty lengthy and pretty detailed, maybe staff can figure out some way to have laptops available that would be sanitized between use or something for that to be accessible, or else hand out sheets with a link to that on the web, or some way to have that more detailed information available. I hear us all saying that this is a good opportunity for listening to the public. That's what I said when Commissioner Myers first brought forth the idea of having these open houses. I said it'd be good to have them structured as a listening tour, and I just, I think it's important that we're hearing back from them, but I want to put a note of caution about, we here at the board will be determining the policy decisions of the spending plans that get in here and how that's spelled out in the referendum. that we finally agree to put before the public. I would just remind everyone that in these public meetings, I'm already hearing the pro-con, the discussion that's totally appropriate for us to have. But in these public meetings, staff cannot be pressing in any way for or against any piece of a referendum political matter or policy decision. Public county dollars cannot be spent on pushing or pulling the public one opinion one way or the other on this. We can go out in the press and go to public meetings with our constituents and talk all day long about what we think this should be. But the county staff is going to have to be very careful of how they present the data in a very objective way. Having said that, I think it is really important to inform the public about the costs, as Commissioner Kemp mentioned, so that when we're talking about the actual dollars this will bring in, we're talking about the costs of road widening. The cost, of a bus is short of $1 million, compared to $25-35 million of widening a road. But all those numbers need to be understood by the public before we're asking them, what do you think about how much we should be spending on this tax? I would like to hear back from the public any thoughts they might have about an oversight committee that was in the first one. Of course, we understand the legal issues that ran into from the start, but I believe Broward County and Austin has now put in place independent oversight committees that are appointed, that give recommendation only, not make decisions, but give recommendations. And the reason I'm kind of interested in this possibility is I believe this is part of the public's confidence in our ELAP referendum that has been brought to the public 3 times and always passed with landslide numbers the last time, almost 80% of the vote. And I think they understand we have a good advisory committee of citizens and technical experts that help inform our decisions there. So it takes a little bit of the politics and political pressures out of the final decisions. It's a thought. I'm not wedded to it. If it turns out to be a bad idea, that's fine. I was just thinking while we're asking the public's opinion to find out, would they prefer having something along those lines? I think, other than that, I think we're good. I would like to ask, it's my understanding that March 2nd is the deadline we have to direct our legal staff to begin. What is the timing on that?
I would defer that to the county attorney's office.
Communications are...
Yes, Mr. Lyons, our county attorney is wrestling with a little issue with the microphone, but, my question is, when do we have to be putting something forward for the final public hearings in order to get this on the ballot in time for the next election?
So the timeline is attached, and the real issues there are that you want to have your ordinance work, if it is to be coming forward, done by the end of April, and that's to make sure we have enough time to comply with the OPAGA audits and getting things to the supervisor of elections and not be, cutting it too close. So you only need one public hearing. So you could hold your public hearing in March or April. I think there are 2 meetings in April. And Sam, if you're on the line, if you could make sure you concur with that or have any additional comments, I would appreciate it.
Good morning. Yeah, no, I'm on the same page exactly. That's the end of April is sort of the drop dead date so that we can initiate the OPAGA audit. I think the exact deadline to get OPAGA, the audit, get the audit initiated, I should say, the ordinance would be, it's the first week of May, so the end of April would be the deadline.
Thank you. So, just to keep that in mind if we're talking about any additional meetings beyond these 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Overman. I will be brief. I think that the idea of a more informal rather than a more formal setting is better. My experience is at these types of meetings, people that come already feel very strongly one way or another about something. And I think it's incumbent on us to really listen to what these activists and people that are willing to take time out of their schedules to actually attend have to say. I'm perfectly happy to attend the meeting and would like to in District 1. I did want to ask of maybe the county attorney or someone else there whether or not there are sunshine issues that need to be considered if multiple commissioners are attending at the same time. But my overall comment is that I really think these should be listening sessions and that we should be listening to people much more than expressing our own views. Commuting patterns have changed over the last 2 years or 4 years, however long it's been since this was last done. There's inflation, there's different things going on in the post-COVID environment. And I just think that for us, this is going to be our first chance in a long time to really listen to a broad-based collection of citizens come in and just tell us what it is that drove them to attend the meeting and why they thought it was important to take time out of their schedule to join us. So perhaps the staff could just answer the question about what the guidance is for us in terms of whether we can or should all be in attendance, some of us be in attendance, however you'd like to guide us.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Ms. Beck?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Cohen, there is no prohibition to more than one commissioner attending. We would simply provide the notice under the Sunshine Law to make sure that everybody is protected and that the public is aware of that. But that is something that is done pretty easily and would probably be done for all the meetings just to make sure we're covered.
Excellent. Thank you for that guidance and feedback. I appreciate that. I see that Commissioner Cohen, are your hand still raised?
Finished. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
I'd just like to go ahead and make a motion, if in order. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we hold 4 informal town hall community meetings on the scheduled dates. Invite Hart, all the municipalities, City of Tampa, Tampa Terrace, and Plant City, and TPO, beginning with our 5th meeting, and hold at least 20 to 40 town hall meetings to cover the entire county where everyone can come and speak and share and give their input on the 1% transportation tax. And lastly, have staff report back to this board on comments received from all of our town hall meetings.
Second.
We have a motion. Could you clarify your beginning with the 5th meeting? What did you mean by that? I'm sorry.
The first 4 is with the board, with the districts. So we have to allow time to share input and let Hart and the municipalities come to the other meeting. I mean, they're welcome to come to the very first meeting. I just don't know. I don't want it to be confused that they are scheduled to come to the very first meeting. I don't know if they have information to share or what have you. Maybe we could collect. Ms. Wise, can you help us with that?
Well, I think, these first 4 were scheduled based on your schedules, which was difficult as it was. And so I think if there other parties are invited that we want to ensure that they're there, we would certainly work with them with their schedules as well. We did not do that this time.
Right.
I understand. So if they're available, they will be able to attend any of the meetings. Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify. So we have
Absolutely.
we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by, Commissioner White. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And
Yeah, I put my hand up also, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers, I know that you're very strong on pushing this, and as you know, I have looked at somehow increasing our transportation spending and having our available, and many members of the board have expressed that. But this morning, I thought pretty much we were talking about the next 4 meetings. It seemed to be the tenor of this discussion, and that would be pre any decision about a 1% transportation investment plan coming forward. So, I think it's premature at this time. I will hold back at this time because I'd really like more information. I'd like a plan generated by staff. I'd like to find out legally too, in terms of after, if this is passed by our board, what we do and how we do it. I'd really like to have a more a plan out there that is more developed with input from staff. So at this time, I can see this happening in the future. And these 4 meetings coming up, that's what I thought we were talking about the format of right now. I know that you mentioned 20 to 40 meetings. I don't know. I'd like to hear more information and discuss that later. So at this time, I'm going to, with regards to this, I'm not going to support it. That doesn't mean I wouldn't entertain it in the future once we kind of start to have a little bit more information about how this goes. And I think staff in this regard was trying to get guidance, I felt, about just this interim, these 4 meetings coming up. And I think we offered some ideas and guidance about that, but I won't be supporting that, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't support it in the future, and I understand where you're going with it.
Okay, Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Yeah, let me see if I could. My thought is a little more narrow than what Commissioner Kemp just said. Perhaps if instead of saying 20 to 40 meetings, we could just commit to additional meetings in the future and leave it open for the moment, we would have a little more flexibility to make a decision about how to move forward with public engagement once we've had the initial 4 meetings. I'm very concerned about committing to all these additional meetings before we sort of have a sense of how the process is going and what happens with the initial ones. I very well would be willing to support it again in the future, but I'm afraid that we might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with the 2040, and I just would suggest perhaps modifying it to just additional meetings so we're not so hemmed in.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm a little concerned about the 20 to 40 future meetings as well. That sounds like a lot to be held. These meetings end, the 4th meeting is like March 3rd, I believe. And so to aspire to that many 20 to 40 meetings from mid-March to mid-April, when we should be done crafting that's a lot of meetings in a month. So I agree with Commissioner Cohen that let's take that step after an action today to talk about and direct staff for the first 4 meetings. And then those 4 meetings end in March. So we'll have our board meeting, our next board meeting early February. And, we could have another discussion then if we see how things are going, or sometime in March after the 4 meetings, we could proceed with the 20 to 40. I also don't know. I mean, it's fine to invite HART and the municipalities to attend the meetings. I'm not sure what would be expected of them in a presentation, in any part of the program that our staff is doing to inform about our board's decisions and actions. I certainly welcome input from the municipalities and HART, but I'm not sure about our committing them in some way or laying out an expectation for them to participate in this way at this time. I'm not sure how that would work is all, so that's my comments.
And I'll offer some comments and then acknowledge Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Cohen, are your hands still up? Are you wanting to come back?
Thank you, I'm finished.
Okay, great, thank you. And I don't disagree with that. My concern is if our format is storyboards on the needs and only showing part of the equation at these listening tours, I think there could be, unfortunately, some misunderstandings of where we're going. So by inviting the others to participate and by identifying maybe someone to assist us in a communication strategy once that information is gathered and working with all the stakeholders, they could then give us an idea of how those other meetings could occur. How do we get the information out to the citizens after we've listened to our citizens? Give us feedback on what we're asking them to see. So I'm finding it a little challenging to say we're just going to listen without and only provide the county side of the equation. So my concern is, while it is important to listen, if what we're doing at these 4 meetings is going out and listening and not necessarily making a case for the need, I'm thinking it's important that we present the entire transportation infrastructure need. I've reached out to our stakeholders to ask them to see if they could help us with these meetings so that since they're at the table in what we have previously done and what we may address in the future, and to see if they could potentially be ready for this. I've asked Mr. Hordell to give us some guidance on what we could do going forward and to see if we could work with those individuals. And Mr. Hordell, would you like to offer a progress report on those conversations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think from the staff's perspective, we clearly recognize that there's going to be additional meetings that are necessary following these first 4. Staff's goal with this conversation, it has been incredibly helpful, is to nail down what your expectations are, not necessarily with these 4 meetings, because I think as we looked at what you asked us to do back in August, it was to provide information to the public and get some feedback, which we're fully prepared to do. But then following on that, what would be the progress? And I would offer that since there are going to be additional meetings that are required, it probably does make sense to have all of the partners at those subsequent meetings and to make sure that they're conversant in what their plans are for a share of whatever transportation tax the board decides to put on the ballot. We also do believe that it makes sense to have some type of consulting assistance in helping knit together all of those different plans so that it is a cohesive whole for the public in those subsequent meetings. So today, I think our direction, as we've heard it, is that we go forward, provide the listening opportunity along with some presentation on boards, and whether it's a short video or a PowerPoint, we would have that available on the first 4 meetings, get the comments, collate those, provide them back to the board. Then the board could have a subsequent discussion about how many other additional meetings you wanted to have. I think that's entirely consistent with what we've heard today. And if we're going to go forward based on additional meetings after the first 4, we would recommend that we have some additional help to prepare for those meetings. It is going to be a heavy lift, and what we don't want to do is inadvertently overburden ourselves so that we weren't providing you and the community the best possible information we could provide. I hope that answers your question.
It does, sir. Thank you very much. And actually based on Commissioner White's discussion of how we get information out there and suggested ideas on, a PowerPoint presentation that we could not only show at the meetings, but we could also have on our website, on our social media pages, where we talk about the needs so that everyone knows what it is. And we get that information out to the public so that the public comes to us with great ideas. So with that, I look forward to seeing that seeing that information as soon as you're able to put it together. But with that, Commissioner Myers, did you want another comment? And I see Commissioner Kemp, you're back in the queue. So
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. I was answering the question that staff asked us as a board of how many additional community meetings are desired beyond the first 4 to be held in each community. So that's on our backup as a part of B2. Okay, so we'll know they were asking us, so I gave us a number in the range to answer so that we can, because that's what staff is asking this board, how many. When I said the 5th meeting, the first 4, as we've already talked about, is with this board, not saying that we cannot invite other HART and other cities, TPO, to come to the first meeting or any other meeting, but we did not inform them of the dates. So we want to give them every opportunity to come prepared to any meeting with the information and be able to answer the constituents' questions, offer the constituent to listen to them, and they're not put on the spot. So that's where I'm coming from, is what item B2 is asking this board.
okay, so Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I see how you're responding to the question that was asked there specifically. But I do think just saying that we can all agree that additional meetings, if you're willing to just, it sounds like you, I think that was reasonable, because I think there's some, everybody agrees that, I think, but some uncertainty, because we're just kind of touching on this for the first time in this way. And I thought it was good to have conversation about the others. About the kind of nailing down the format a little and things like that. We may find as we move through the first 4 that there's some issues that we may want to alter, or have some different ideas, or maybe the public would as well. And we will, of course, if taking up the transportation investment plan, have a public hearing. That's another thing. And, you know, we might want to in the future talk about that being in the evening, I'm thinking myself. Another issue that came up that isn't on here but was mentioned several times that I have some concerns about, I'll just say that now. We don't have to deal with it today, but consultants, the consulting firm that got us into some issues before, as I think we all know. We've had a discussion today. We will have another discussion, I believe, in a little bit about one consulting firm. And I think it's really important in terms of this for us to, this board, to choose the consultant or affirm the consultant specifically and individually rather than administratively. I think that that would be important in this particular issue. And by the way, we do that with attorneys, with lobbyists, with others. And I think actually this is an auditor's. And I think this is something that I like to see our board doing more often. I think that that's important on these legislative types of when we take on a consulting firm. I'm not going to put that forward right now. I just like to express that because I think that's important. And as long as we can, I can support the motion just saying additional meetings. I think it's good to invite Temple Terrace and Plant City. I mean, some people that go to those meetings, residents that go to those meetings may want to very specifically just hear about a local project or a local, something else that they're concerned and will look at. I think it'll be good to have Hart there and the TPO there. And I know that Commissioner Overman, those of us on the TPO saw a pretty impressive state of the system presentation that was put together that we saw yesterday. That was very thorough, and that might be something else that people could opt to, that could be put out in a recorded form, and people could just opt to do that if they're interested in learning more. That might be another possibility. But I think it's good to bring all this information for people to have an opportunity to have the information and to share with us what their concerns are. So I look forward to these and others, but I'll be supporting as long as we can do it. I understand now that you were trying to respond very specifically to, I can appreciate that, to this request. I think though right now maybe we can have a little longer time to think about what we need and how.
Okay, so we are in the, I think, third round on this. Commissioner Smith, I'll recognize.
Very quickly, just want to make it clear that I heartily agree with inviting the people who would share in this tax to be a part of the process. I was just trying to wrap my head around how that would happen, but I totally agree that it will be better if we're all working together on the final product.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner White. I don't see any other comments, and I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Overman?
Yes.
Does the motion include the additional or the number?
Can you restate the motion for clarity for the clerk, please, and for Commissioner Cohen, because I would like to hear it too.
I move that we hold 4 informal town hall meetings on the scheduled dates, invite Hart, the municipalities, cities of Tampa, Temple Terrace, and Plant City, and TPO, beginning with I won't say the 5th meeting, with the next meeting. Hold additional town hall meetings to cover the entire county, wherever everyone have the opportunity to come and participate and give their comments in the format of a town hall meeting. And lastly, have staff to report back to this board on comments received from all town hall meetings.
And that's the motion
That's the
by
motion.
Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner White. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. We have
Thank you,
other
Commissioners.
public
Thank you,
hearing-
Commissioners.
I'm sorry?
John and I were just thanking you.
Oh, thank you very much for your assistance in of covering these details. We have actually 2 more time certains this morning, at least. Yeah, 2 more?
We do, but we have been communicating with them and knowing that we're getting to this lunch break. And so I would suggest you take a lunch break. I believe Santiago is available after lunch. Rob may or may not be, and if not, we'll reschedule him for another time. But a lunch break would be in order, and you can choose until what time you would like for us to come back.
Okay, it's 12:20 now, so if it's at the board's pleasure to take a lunch break and then reconvene at 1:15, 1:30? 1:30? Is that the pleasure of the board? So with that, we'll take a break, and reconvene this and address E1 and possibly E2 if he's available at that time, and then we'll move on to the regular agenda. Thank you very much.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Audio test 1 2. Good.
Sounds good up here in the moderator area.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Board of County Commission regular meeting, January 12th, 2022. With that, we're reconvening to take the remaining time certain agendas that we had to move later. But before we get started, I'd like to make sure that we do a roll call.
Holderman?
Here.
Cullen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Kemp?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Commissioners, if we could take item E2 before item E1, and this will be a special appearance by Rob Higgins, Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Sports Commission, to present their annual activity report.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Higgins, welcome to the Board of County Commission. Look forward to hearing your presentation. Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much. Hopefully James, if you don't mind pulling up the presentation. I'll start by saying thank you so much to everyone for your support and vision by not only the county commission, all the county commissioners, as well as the county staff, specifically Bonnie, Greg, as well as Ron and economic development. Without your support, we would not be the absolute best place to live, work, play sports, and then also host great sporting events as well, which is what I'll talk a little bit about. We're excited to start presenting more regularly to the county commission, and we'll certainly focus on detailed updates moving forward. But today specifically, we want to give you a little bit more of a refresher on who we are and what we do. Next slide, please. We are the Tampa Bay Sports Commission. We are not the Tampa Sports Authority, although we are great friends and partners with the Sports Authority and have a fantastic relationship with them. We're co-located with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I know you'll be hearing from Santiago shortly and have a fantastic relationship with them as well. But we have a separate board of directors, budget, staff, all of those things. But we work so well and hand in hand with all of those organizations. We're a private not-for-profit 501c3 charity that focuses on really a dual mission, and that's creating social and economic impact through sports entertainment events of all shapes and sizes. And I'm going to talk a little bit about both the economic and social impact that these events have. On the social impact side of things, we also own and operate 14 local youth and amateur events that help generate scholarship exposure and give opportunities to our local kids. Next slide, please. To give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain in terms of where a lot of our success as a community has come from in terms of bidding on, attracting, and hosting events, it really comes down to a Team Tampa Bay approach. And what is Team Tampa Bay? Team Tampa Bay is all of our local franchise partners, our municipal partners such as the county, the private sector, our event venues, our hotels, our attractions, and then our thousands of volunteers and so many others coming together to make sure we roll out the red carpet for visiting events. Plain and simple, we want to be the easiest place to do business when it comes to hosting events. We want to be plug and play. What we don't have is excuses. We don't have drama. We don't have egos. What we do have is a collaborative spirit, a can-do effort, and a work ethic as Team Tampa Bay that is second to none. Next slide, please. Since 2004, we've been awarded and hosted over 1,200 events. We don't focus on doing an economic impact projection. What we try to really hone in on is the accommodations, the airline travel, and then the media value. We know if somebody is traveling here, we can work with TIA to understand airline passenger traffic, and then certainly we work really heavily with the hotels to know exactly the number of room nights that are generated from events, so that we can compare and understand the true ROI when it comes to these events. Next slide, please. We're on a roll when it comes to major events. You can see the list there, but I want to tell you our approach isn't isn't to get events just one time. We really want to focus on a long-term strategy. One of the pillars of our community, the guy that helped get professional football here originally, Leonard Levy, as well as a handful of other community leaders, has a famous quote that we really lean into, and it's, if they like us, they will leave us, but if they love us, they're going to come back. And so we try to get events to love us, and we've seen that whether it's the 5 Super Bowls, whether it's our 4 Women's Final Four, which is coming. No community has ever welcomed more Women's Final Four fans. 3 Frozen Fours. We really don't want to do events just one time. We want to be in a regular rotation as part of it. So that's a big emphasis on everything we do. Next slide, please. While the big events are certainly really important to us, and they put us on that global stage that our community and county deserves to be on, we also spend a tremendous amount of time, energy, and effort on youth and amateur events specifically. When I first started here at the Sports Commission about 17 and a half years ago, there was 100 sports commissions across the country. Now there's more than 650. So communities have seen the return on investment when it comes to sports travel. I think as the last 2 years have proven, sports tourism specifically is really pandemic proof and recession proof because our numbers have continued to be really strong. And again, I mentioned the word vision earlier, but it really speaks to the county and all of our communities partners' vision that we were in that early wave of sports commissions, and then quite frankly have done everything we can to stay at the top of the list. We host usually between 100 and 120 events annually, and those result in about 150,000 hotel visitor room nights. But as you can imagine, with 650 competitors, it's a very competitive space, and communities are very aggressive in going after these events. Next slide, please. What's been a great differentiator for us, and again, it speaks to the vision of this board and others as well, has been the county's championship sportsplex. It has not only met but exceeded expectations. We've been busy almost each and every weekend, and it's been a great differentiator again for us. We also are appreciative of the COVID CARES dollars that were utilized and implemented here to continue to keep us operational throughout the pandemic, as well as safe, whereas other communities did in fact shut down. The Sports Authority does a fantastic job managing this, and we try to do everything we can to help market it. I want to give you November and December specifically, just the last couple months in terms of what's been going on out there. We had 3 major national events consisting of 3 different sports: field hockey, lacrosse, and soccer. Those events brought 17,000 attendees. 11,000 of those were from out of town, and they generated 16,000 hotel visitor room nights. Again, just 3 events in the last few months. During those same months, we also hosted, outside of the Sportsplex, hosted the Division II cross country, as well as national championship, as well as the women's volleyball national championship. But in total, when you add in all the other events that we had outside of the Sportsplex, along with the Sportsplex, we had 11 events with 44,000 traveling attendees that resulted in 42,000 hotel visitor room nights. Next slide, please. I wanted to give you just a case study recap quickly on Super Bowl. It certainly was a Super Bowl when we needed it the most. You look at it from an accommodation standpoint. I talked about those tangible factors. For example, during a 3-day weekend of the pandemic, our local hotels generated just shy of $7 million in revenue. For Super Bowl weekend, it was over $31 million. And then you look at the media value standpoint, with certainly the mentions and the impressions that took place there, there's no doubt the eyes of the world were on us. From a broadcast standpoint, 96 million viewers watched the Super Bowl, and that doesn't take into account all the different pregame shows, postgame shows, and all of those other things. Next slide, please. While the economic and media value is really important, we want to make sure we bring in events here that are going to leave a lasting legacy in our community, and that's what the Super Bowl has done. It was a $2 million investment into 6 different pillars called Forever 55. They range from early childhood education to food insecurity, to families, to health and wellness, to sustainability, to systemic justice. And we're still seeing the benefits of Forever 55, and we'll continue to see it for many years to come. And it's a great testament to a lot of the different community partners that we worked with to make sure we leverage those dollars from the NFL as well as our private contributors to make a huge difference in our community. Next slide. I wanted to outline, though, a couple of different initiatives that were so important that took place during the Super Bowl, whether it was NFL Green that was in partnership with TECO. We had several beautification efforts going on, as well as 14 different greening projects to really help mitigate the environmental impact of the Super Bowl and be as sustainable as possible. I want to specifically thank Commissioner Kemp for her continued focus on sustainability. Business Connect, a phenomenal initiative where we were able to engage over 200 businesses in the program, minority-owned, female-owned, LGBTQ-owned, and veteran-owned small businesses. These businesses got over 100 contracts through the hosting of the Super Bowl. And what it also did is it allowed us to build a great game plan when it comes to a lot of our future events to make sure we're offering great access to help lift up our small businesses. And then I also just wanted to point out the incredible work done by Commissioner Overman. I know that we kicked off the day here with the County Commission meeting, paying homage to everything been going on from a human trafficking standpoint. But I tell you the work that her and her committee did, not only to create awareness through fantastic promotional campaigns so that we leverage the spirit of everybody to make sure that we continue the great fight against human trafficking, but it also did amazing things from a training standpoint. A lot of people don't realize we ended up having close to 8,000 community ambassadors that volunteered to help host the Super Bowl, and they had access to the training from a human trafficking standpoint to make sure we had even more eyes and ears out there as well. Next slide, please. Really wanted to end with just a couple of final slides. I'll end the same way that I started, which is just a sincere thank you. You see some of the iconic images that have taken place through recent events. We've had so many special memories in tandem with the county, and we are certainly focused on making sure we create many more. And then the next and final slide, just over the last couple of weeks, we received some great news, and that was that we were named the Sports Community of the Year. It says Sports City, but it's really the sports community, because as we talked to, it's all of us. There's more than 2,000 communities across the country. There could only be one that was the Sports Community of the Year, and I really thought this line from the article in which we were awarded was so special. It said, "Welcome to Tampa Bay. It would be easy to look at the NFL and NHL titles won by the Buccaneers and Lightning, and certainly the AL East champion Rays, and conclude that all the hardware was the reason why Tampa is our best sports city of 2021. But Tampa did more than just that by burnishing its growing reputation as a city of champions. It also hosted 2 of the sports industry's biggest events, WrestleMania 37, as well as Super Bowl 55, which featured 25,000 fans at Raymond James Stadium, including 7,500 vaccinated healthcare workers." So I think everybody is taking notice of what a great sports community we've become. We're no longer that secret, and it certainly has a lot to do with the support that the county continues to provide and making sure we're the engine that helps drive a lot of things economically and socially. Got some great things on the horizon. The SEC men's basketball tournament coming in March with their 14 schools, our first time hosting since 2009. And then just this past Friday, we were awarded the U.S. Gymnastics Championships in Congress in August. That event takes place on NBC. It'll generate more than 6,000 hotel visitor room nights and have about 30,000 attendees again during August, which is when our local hotels, restaurants, and shops need it the most. These announcements wouldn't happen without you, and we certainly appreciate everything that you continue to do to support our efforts. With that, I'll open it up to any questions before we turn it over to Santiago's report.
Mr. Higgins, thank you so very, very much. And I will say, our Sports Commission and its professional way of really bringing home the bacon. I mean, they truly not only bring amazing events, but as a partner in our community, you are the glue that makes sure that economic benefit is felt all throughout our community. And I want to thank you. When our local Commission on Human Trafficking was asked to act as convener on behalf of the NFL, without your help, there was probably little ways that we would have been able to get as much awareness done. And I truly appreciate your partnership and the work that you did. And it's very clear that you've brought home a great deal of economic benefit to all of our citizens in the work that you've done. And I want to just say thank you, how much I appreciate that. With that, I believe next on the agenda is Santiago Carrada for his presentation from Visit Tampa Bay, and your partnership has been as well quite appreciated. So I'll allow Ms. Weiss to introduce you. Thanks.
Thank you. This is going to be item E1, and this is the special appearance by Santiago Carrada, the President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners, our County Administrator, County Attorney, County staff, everyone tuning in this afternoon. Happy New Year. I think Rob stole all of my complimentary accolades, because I too want to start out by thanking, Bonnie and Greg and Ron and of course our County Commission. I think some of the numbers that I present to you today, as well as all the things that Rob presented, are not possible without the support and commitment of not only our commissioners, all of you, and you're all so engaged in what we do, but also the county staff. We've gone through some very, very difficult times, and the report today may overrepresent that maybe we weren't as affected as other communities, but we were. And because of your support, these numbers are possible. So if we could turn on the presentation, I'll go through not only a year end, but a fourth quarter report, and then some really, really good stuff that is happening. So next slide, please, James. So this slide is pretty remarkable. This is hotel taxable revenue over our last fiscal year. And as you can see, that yellow line represents 2021 and us coming out of the pandemic, with some very, very difficult months before the beginning of the new calendar year. 2019, 2020, you see there in blue and in black. And obviously 2019 was the record setter of all record years. And then 2020, after March, we saw the worst tourism months in the history of Hillsborough County. But then, and interesting to note, and I don't know if I've mentioned this before, so April of pandemic year, worst tourism month in the history. You can see that there with that blue line, April, May. Well, this past April that we just had here in 2021 was the best April in our history, and we've set 8 consecutive new revenue benchmark months. In other words, new revenue records in the hotel industry. And that's a testament not only to, all of our industry partners, but we added so many hotel rooms in preparation for that Super Bowl that Rob mentioned. And all of those hotel rooms are being filled. So we're seeing this additional revenue. And on the next slide, please, you'll see how that corresponds to bed tax collections. That's at 6% on every overnight stay. And you see that 2021 was the best bed tax collection record year ever. And so 2021 surpassed the fiscal year, our benchmark 2019. Again, almost 3,000 extra hotel rooms, the 6 cent added somewhere in time. And you see that bed tax collection set a new record. And quite honestly, when we look at the next slide, the fourth quarter was very, very strong. We're talking about the fourth quarter of the fiscal, and you see there the difference compared to the pandemic July, August, September, and I could go on further. October, hotel revenues bested October of 2018 by over $12 million. And November, which you would see in the next report, bested November of 2019 by almost $15 million. So again, this is a representation of just July, August, September. Remember, when we're talking about these kinds of revenues, that's just a small snapshot of the economic impact, because we know if people are staying in these hotels, they're not just hiding out in these hotels. They're going out shopping. They're going out dining. They're going out to events. They're paying sales tax. The venues they're visiting are paying property taxes. It means people are back in work. We saw a great presentation on affordable housing. Well, our locals need to work too. And so these revenues indicate that people are back to work, and their quality of life is so much better because of it. So the next slide, please. When we look at what's happened, we had so many conventions relocate because thanks again to our county and our city, we were able to host conventions, meetings, and events in a safe and responsible way. And so when other communities were not ready, could not be ready, we saw them relocating here. And we had some major conventions. When you look at July with the Elks Annual National Convention, they were here, 6,000 attendees, estimated economic impact of $8.4 million. When you look at IBEX, 3,200 plus attendees, $2.3 million in economic impact. If you see how all of these add up, these are representative of those numbers that we just saw. So the next few slides, if we could, really show images of those events. Connect Marketplace was scheduled to happen in Puerto Rico. They were unable to do so. We were able to work with Port Tampa Bay. Thank you to Paul and his team. We were able to open up the wharf and include all those venues along the wharf. And these attendees are remarkably important because they represent other organizations, other industries that are looking for places to have their events. So this is planting seeds for future events. So again, over 2,000 attendees during a pandemic enjoyed their time here, are looking to bring their events here. The next slide, I think, represents another relocation. This one came to us from New York City. As you know, New York City dealt with the pandemic in a very, very, difficult way. And so the American Academy of Dermatology, higher end business came to Tampa, and now they're looking at coming back in 2023. So again, when you're able to pull off these conventions and events during difficult times, people know you can do it, and they're confident you can do it during the good times. So again, another great successful convention. Next slide, please. International Boat Builders Exhibition Conference, IBEX, we already talked about that. They're definite for 22, 23, and 24, which is great for our convention center and great for our city. So very, very happy that they were able to come during the midst of the pandemic, as if we're out of the pandemic. I'm speaking that way, but we're still dealing with a pandemic. But again, they came during, the heaviest part of the pandemic. So we're very grateful to them. Next slide. And then we were able to host Meeting Planners International Thought Leaders Conference. And these are the senior leaders in the meetings professionals world. And it's about them being familiar, understanding who we are and how we do things, and understanding how forward-thinking and innovative we are in this county, in this city, and bringing their groups here. So again, don't let the 44 senior meetings professionals fool you. That could turn into 44,000 people coming here over years. So again, very, very fortunate to have been selected to host them. Next slide. So next slide, please. So marketing. Marketing works. Funding marketing works. Your help in funding marketing had a lot to do with 6.2 million rooms searched, resulting in 634,000 rooms booked at $168 of an average daily rate, with $125 million in hotel revenue. What's interesting is, that travel window currently looks like 11 and a half days from the first search to a book, and then 21 and a half days to arrival after booking. And we keep very, very close look at these metrics and how our campaigns are doing and the return on your investment with these campaigns. Next slide. You know, we've been very, very proud to make sure that all of our marketing images, our collateral, are diverse and represent the people of this community. In addition, we like to do some very targeted campaigns. And this is a campaign that ran from May through August, Atlanta and Miami, really focused on diverse audiences coming and visiting with us. And the results are very impressive. 11 publications, 2.6 million print readerships, 15 outlets, 4 stations, radio stations in those target markets. And again, you know, incredible exposure on top of very, very diverse campaigns that we run year long. But we do some targeted campaigns to make sure we're attracting diverse audiences, diverse travelers to our community, because that's who we are. Next slide, please. We're super excited about a number of video and podcast series we have. The On the Horizon video series we launched during the pandemic to make sure that audiences knew that we weren't standing still, that we were opening new restaurants and we were opening new attractions and new hotels. That series continues because the growth and evolution of the destination continues to happen. And then, you know, the people who make those memories happen, who work the front lines, are critically important for us. So we have a Memory Maker video series where we're really focused on those frontline employees in our industry that help create those memories. And like Rob said, you know, they'll love us, they'll keep coming back to us. And then this last one, super proud of. This is the Unlocking Tampa Bay podcast video series. And this series is really focused on exploring all things in Hillsborough County. So we're not just talking City of Tampa, City of Temple Terrace, although we've done City of Temple Terrace. We're getting ready to do City of Plant City. But those gems out in the unincorporated parts of Hillsborough County that make up this incredible destination that we go out and market. So we have really been highlighting those unusual places and not the usual suspects that always get all of our attention. So really proud of that one. And then the next slide, I believe, shows an innovation. We were the first, we like being the first destination management organization to release a 3-dimensional interactive map of our destination. And again, this is a tool we want to expand to include all of Hillsborough County. It's a great tool for meeting planners and visitors to be able to use technology, street level, go into buildings. I forget, it was over 200 plus buildings and attractions that you can visit. And it really helps you to plan out either your visit or your meeting or your convention or your event in town. And so we've got a lot of accolades and we're continuing to expand that tool. And then I believe my last slide is one of our last videos. I have the Riverwalk Pass, which again, we've been really focused on the City Pass that included some of our major attractions on both sides of the bay. Our Riverwalk Pass is really bundling all of our downtown attractions, getting them all onto one pass so that you can enjoy all the attractions downtown that might not be on the City Pass. So for example, the Tampa Bay History Center might not be on the City Pass, but we put it on the Riverwalk Pass, which is really our downtown pass. And we're looking to include as many attractions downtown as want to be included. So the Photographic Museum, Plant Museum, we want to make sure that visitors downtown really get to see all that we represent in the downtown. And then my last video is on our Riverwalk. So I hope you'll enjoy that, and then I'll be back for any questions.
And welcome.
thank you so much for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure for me to share, the great success of the destination. Like I said before, none of this is possible without you, without your support, to helping us do what we do each and every day. And again, big thanks to Bonnie Wise, Greg Horwedel, Ron Barton. They're always there every step of the way. And of course, you vote and you provide us with the resources to do what we do that then churns this economy like no other. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity today.
Thank you, Santiago. I will say, not only do you celebrate all the wonderful attractions and opportunities to share the wealth in those communities and establishments and businesses, as well as to keep people fully employed as much as possible. You were a key partner during the pandemic of helping us get through quite well, and you showed the world how wonderful it is to come to the Tampa Bay region and enjoy being outdoors with all of our outdoors environment. I will say I spent probably most of my Christmas spending in your store, celebrating all the wonderful things in this region, and I just want to thank you for all the work that you do. I think Hillsborough County residents clearly benefit from the work that you do, bringing attention to the Tampa Bay area, and creating wonderful problems that I have now with affordable housing issues and other things. But it does make it very clear that we live in one of the best places in the world, and you have celebrated that well. So thank you very much for your work and the report that you provided us today. I don't see any other commissioner comments, and with that, I will ask Ms. Wise to bring us to the next step.
Thank you. We can now move to the regular agenda. The first item is item B1. This is a follow-up, commissioners, from the MBE workshop that we had a few months ago, and we said that we would bring back some changes and some recommendations for your consideration. Ron Barton will present this item.
Thank you, Bonnie. Commissioners, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. By pure accident, I follow Santiago and Rob, but I'd echo that they are wonderful partners to your county's economic development team. We work closely on a very regular basis, and we couldn't be prouder of that relationship and partnership. And I will tell you, both agencies are great stewards of the tourist development tax, which is a significant part of how they do what they do. And so I just wanted to end with that comment of complimenting them and saying what great team partners they are. The item this afternoon is B1. It's an amendment to resolution number R06-264. as previously amended, regarding the county's disadvantaged minority, disadvantaged women business enterprises, and small business encouragement programs. As Ms. Wise mentioned, we had a workshop back in September where we talked about a number of initiatives that we wanted to pursue to increase the effectiveness of our MBE and SBE programs. And some of those recommendations live in the resolution that created these programs. Some, in fact, live in our policies and procedures, and we're already pursuing amendments in that direction as well. But this particular item required board approval for an amendment to our resolution. One of the primary objectives of the amendments that we pursued was to increase the opportunity for MBE or SBEs to be certified in our program. So we wanted a more robust set of business partners populating those categories. And so you will have noted that what we've proposed are changes to the ceilings associated with certifying these MBE or SBE companies to be part of our program. Examples are on the MBE side, we increased the net worth for non-construction industry MBEs to $4 million, construction industry MBEs to $5 million, and that's up from a 2 million number that we had previously. On the SBE side, we want to increase the annual sales measurement to 5 million for professional services and commodities, and up to 8 million on the ceiling for construction industry. Those are compared to the 3 million that we currently have in the resolution. On the employee side, as an example, we want to increase the ceiling for SBEs to 50 from a previous number of 25. As well, on the SBE side, we want to expand the geographic reach to reflect the reality of our economy. And so we want to change that from just a Hillsborough County based to Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and Hernando, which is our MSA measurement. We also have affected some changes in the resolution that deal with some specifics that we were actually mute on in the previous resolution. Examples are that we want any MBE participating in the program to do at least 50% of the work of their own workforce. We do allow sub-consulting or subcontracting, but it has to be to another MBE firm. That was actually, we were silent in the previous resolution, so we wanted to tighten that up. So in summary, commissioners, the major changes and the major objectives were to increase the reach that we have in our program and to populate that in our certifications for companies that can participate. And the end game is about providing more business opportunities for our MBE and WBE firms, as well as our SBE firms, so they can take advantage of procurements that the county puts on the street. With that, I'd ask for any questions and certainly ask for your consideration and approval.
Thank you for your report, sir. I have Commissioner Smith in the queue.
Thank you, and I'm very excited about this. These are great improvements to what is already a great policy. I'm really proud of the Economic Development Department's work on these. I always get the acronyms mixed up, but the SBEs and the DWBEs, all those minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, the small businesses that are the bedrock of our county's economic development, the engines of that. As we all know, housing costs have been skyrocketing in this area, but wages have not been going up to the same extent. And that it's that widening gap between housing costs and income in our community that is at the root of the growing crisis in affordable housing. This is really one way that we get at that. We had a great presentation today from Ms. Howell on what this county does with affordable housing. We all have a lot to be proud of there in providing and helping and encouraging more affordable housing in the county. But the flip side is making sure that people have good jobs and that our local businesses can prosper and pay good wages, and this provides a good incentive to this. One question that I have, and of course I'd like to move the item, but one question that occurs to me is, can we support union labor in some of the same ways, because union labor is also a place where we can ensure that people are getting good wages with good benefits and good career track moving forward. I'm sorry to surprise you, Mr. Barton, with that question. I've been too busy this week to reach out and talk to you ahead of time. Would you like to speak to that, or maybe get with me afterwards? It's not part of the motion or anything.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I probably would suggest we, spend some time offline on it. Certainly would, love to address the issue. I understand your perspective that, union labor has the opportunity to address livable wages for our individuals, and they certainly are a bedrock of our employment base as well. So it's a great question. I think I would love to defer it till we have some time to talk particulars about it, but I appreciate the perspective that you bring to it.
Thank you very much. We'll set up some time and take a deeper dive into that. And meanwhile, I'll move this item.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Myers. And Commissioner Myers, you recognized?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank Ron for all he has done to continue to move our MBE, SBE section under his administration, because you can constantly see it every time I read the agenda items. I see all of the new improvements. And to Ms. Wise, thank you for always encouraging your team to think about the MBE, SBE program. So thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Yes, I just want to thank you as well and say we're moving forward here, but this won't be, I don't think, the last step we do, but I think it was, we've been getting more information about our economic development and the different programs that we have and what they do exactly. The drill down was very, very good, I think, and helpful. And so I look forward to this and more to come.
Okay, and excuse me, and I just wanted to say again, thank you, as everyone here has, about really looking at opportunities to work with our local small businesses, minority businesses, to make sure that those that will live and work, in our area, in our region, are able to benefit from the work that's being done on behalf of our residents. But I did want to ask if you could advise us, maybe in the future. It may be in the backup, and I may have missed it. Again, we've had a few board meetings this week. By expanding increasing the dollar amounts, for the net worth dollar amount and the sales dollar amounts. Do you have an estimate of the increase in number of businesses that would be eligible to participate with us? I mean, I would assume that increases the audience of available businesses and thus possibly increases the opportunity for companies that do hire unions. So I'm curious, do you have anything that you could share with us, Mr. Barton?
It's a great question. Being a numbers person, I'm kind of fueled the same way. To be honest with you, there's really a dearth of information and data that's specific to that kind of question. What we used as well, frankly, was benchmarking ourselves against some of our sister communities in Florida, and it was obvious that they had made changes in their programs in recent years to increase their ceilings. So that was one of the primary bases. I would have preferred for it to be analytical, and we could say we were going to pick up 400 or 500 more companies as a result of increasing the ceiling, but that kind of data just doesn't exist. It will be interesting. We're hopeful, and we believe this will affect the number that are certified and enter our program, but we're going to monitor it very closely. That's all we can do.
Thank you, sir. I have a feeling we've got some GIS people or somebody around here that can give us some idea, but I appreciate it, and I didn't ask ahead of time, so I appreciate it. But I would love to see what we are really doing to impact our community, and this is a great way to get it done. And with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call. I don't see any other hands or comments, so thank you.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Our next item is item B3. This is recommending the use of American Rescue Plan dollars to rebuild 3 fire stations for $18 million. And Tom Fessler will give us the details regarding this item.
Mr. Fessler, you're recognized.
Yes, Commissioner, I have 2 items.
We're unable to hear you, sir.
Mr. Fessler, your audio is very low. You may have to turn up your mic on your end or just speak a little louder. I can try and walk you through it real quick if you like.
Let me try, I'll try opening mine. Better now?
No, it's still the same. Mr. Fessler, if you just want to go ahead and go on the bottom left of the WebEx program where the mute button is, if you see that down arrow, just click that for me. Go to your audio settings. If you see the audio settings, click that, and there should be like a little leveler you can adjust your volume on the microphone in.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioners, this afternoon I have 2 American Rescue Plan items to bring to you for consideration. The first one is asking you to approve ARP, American Rescue Plan Act funding to replace 3 fire stations at a total cost of $18 million. Those stations would be station number 15, that's Palm River Station for $6.2 million, station number 10, Armdale for $5.8 million, and station number 13, that's Gun Highway for $6 million. We are also asking you in this item to approve a resolution amending the fiscal year 22 to 27 capital improvement program to add these 3 projects. And then to also approve a budget amendment to realign $18 million in American Rescue Act funds into the capital improvement program to support these projects. All of the stations that are being replaced are either at or near the end of their useful life. And they are dated in their design, and they are starting to cost the county more dollars to operate on an annual basis. Funding for the projects will come from the revenue replacement category and ARP funds. If you were to approve this item today, the revenue replacement category of the American Rescue Act plan, we have a total of $72.5 million at this point that was available. If you were to approve this item, we would be up to $61.6 million of that committed, leaving $10.9 million remaining in that category. Also, if you were to approve this item today, along with item B4, we would have a total of $182.4 million committed to projects out of $285.9 million in funding available under the ARP, leaving a balance of $103.5 million to still be committed. As you're aware, we bring these items back to you on an individual basis so we can get commitments on a project-by-project basis. Just wanted to spend just a minute or so going over the commitments that you've made so far so you can have an idea of where the funding has gone so far. Things that you've approved so far would be septic to sewer and water connection projects of $75 million, road resurfacing of $40 million. If the item today, fire station replacements would be $18 million. Stormwater improvements of $17.5 million. We're asking for, or you've approved us reimbursing ourselves for staff efforts of $10 million. A nonprofit safety net program for $5.5 million. Food insecurity contracts where we have partnerships out in the community to provide additional food related to pandemic needs of $5.5 million or $5 million. We have an item before the next item that I'll present to you, asking you for kind of an internal department process related to ARP that would be for $5 million. And then finally, the final 2 items would be a fire station alerting system for $3.6 million. And you have approved funding for an affordable housing project of $2.8 million. And with that, I'm available for any questions on this item.
Thank you. Is that your final presentation at this point, other than answering questions?
Yes, for item B3, yes.
Excellent. Okay. I do not see any questions or comments at this point.
Move approval.
Second.
Sorry, Commissioner Cohen has his hand up.
Oh, he sure does. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief. But when I hear the list from Mr. Fessler, it reminds me once again what a really, I think, true reflection of this board's priorities are. All of these different things that we have used this money for, and this one is really no different. A lot of us, have been educated, I think, continually. About the county's need for additional fire rescue stations and how acute that need is. And while this doesn't address that directly, it certainly goes a long way in terms of what it does to augment what we already have. And I just want to thank the staff for bringing this forward. I think it's very, very important for public safety, and I will be voting in support of the motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. I believe I heard a motion by Commissioner Kemp and a second by Commissioner Myers. With that, seeing no other further comments or hands raised, please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp, Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And the next item, Tom touched on it a little bit, is item B4. This is asking the board to consider $5 million of American Rescue Plan dollars for a department program to better serve the citizens. Tom will present this item as well.
Thank you. Mr. Fessler.
Yes, Commissioners. Item B4 is an item where we're asking you to allow us to allocate $5 million for basically an internal department process that we would conduct related to American Rescue Plan Act needs. I will tell you that I have received some requests from departments for funding for certain things related to pandemic-related needs. And so as I've received those, I guess it became kind of obvious to us that there are definitely service needs and other department needs that are out there that definitely are pandemic-related. And while, when we first received CARES Act funding, we focused a lot on funding to external agencies, nonprofits, other community venues. We focused on some major dollars out to direct assistance to small businesses, to individuals for rental assistance. But one of the things we didn't do is we really didn't look internally too much towards our departments. So what we're asking you for today is the opportunity to conduct this process and take a look at things that service needs on a one-time basis that departments may have related to the pandemic. We certainly will make sure that we focus on and choose things that are associated with negative economic impacts that are very consistent, and that are definitely consistent with the American Rescue Act plan. And public health response and those things. We'll definitely focus on those things as we go through this process. After we conduct this process, what we'll do is we'll put together a list. And we're not asking you for blanket authority to just go spend $5 million. We're asking you for the opportunity to commit to up to $5 million. We'll bring a list back to you in a separate agenda item at a future board meeting and ask you to consider that list at that point in time. This item will not have any financial impact on the fiscal year 22 budget because we do have the dollars budgeted for the American Rescue Plan. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fessler. I appreciate that. And I will attest that we have had to change business, innovate, and move forward in so many ways. I am incredibly proud of our staff that have had to be quite resourceful in being able to address the needs of our residents in Hillsborough County as they've dealt with the impact and the fallout of COVID-19. And so I'm looking forward to getting the staff and our amazing employees ideas about how they can best provide services, since customer service is so important. And with that, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Kemp.
I'd just like to move approval, but also say that I think this is a great call to put aside $5 million. And because I do think, as you've stated, that our staff is a very good source of understanding maybe where some of those needs are, to set aside and look at what comes from that very informed and in the community. Staff this is a good call.
And we have a second by Commissioner
I
Meyer.
guess I said that to the county administrator, whoever must be responsible for it. So Ms. Wise.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please say, not seeing any other comments, please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is B5. This is a procurement item awarding a 3-year contract to Tyndale Oliver and Associates for some ongoing work. However, there has been some updated information that we learned during the break at lunch, but Mr. Stromer will alert us to that and go forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Stromer, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Again, B5 was intended to award a 3-year contract to Tyndale Oliver and Associates as an additionally an approved pre-qualified firm for ongoing as-needed development policy and regulation consulting services for Development Services Department. After a brief conversation early this afternoon, Tyndale Oliver and Associates Incorporated has respectfully requested that the proposals be withdrawn from consideration for solicitations 21-350 and 21-358, which would be A81 and B5 respectively. The representatives from Tyndale Oliver expressed their sincerest apologies for putting the board, staff, and the evaluation committee in this position. Additionally, the representatives offered that Tyndale Oliver genuinely values its relationship with the county, and continuing the pursuit of these awards would likely be a distraction for the board when there's so much important work to accomplish. For its part, Tyndale Oliver appreciates the county's kind consideration and looks forward to working hard to once again regain the board's confidence as a trusted partner in the future. As a result of the withdrawal, the Procurement Services Department no longer recommends award to Tyndale Oliver, and no further board action is required. Before I stop, a question was asked earlier about WTL. This firm does not appear to be registered as a vendor in our system, nor was a proposal submitted by this firm. And it was related to A81, but we'll reach out to the firm to assist with registration in the event we have, additional solicitations in the future. But with that, again, because of the withdrawal, no award recommendation and no action is required.
Thank you, Mr. Stromer. I appreciate that. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I just want to thank Tyndale Oliver for withdrawing, and I appreciate that. And I take that as a actual measure of good faith, and so that's much appreciated. I just like to express that.
Excellent, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, and so with that, we are just going to move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is item B6. This is to approve an agreement, a first amendment to an agreement with the City of Tampa with us regarding our emergency rental assistance program. And Audrey Ziegler is going to take us through that and give us some summary and some highlights of the effectiveness that the program has provided throughout the community.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, are you wearing your Wonder Woman shirt? Because she certainly deserves that accolade. But you're recognized for your report, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and Happy New Year. Audrey Ziegler, Social Services Department. So as Ms. Wise mentioned, I'll take you through a little bit of history, recent history, and then I'll move on to the item. So since April 2020, Hillsborough County has administered supplemental shelter assistance programs to help keep families in their homes. With federal funding in response to COVID-19 impacts, we have been the conduit to expending $82 million in CARES and emergency rental assistance funding. These programs were developed and implemented rapidly to assist our most vulnerable, low-income, and adversely impacted residents. We launched Phase 1 of our Rapid Response and Recovery Program in April 2020, and by June 30th, we had assisted over 1,600 households. Phase 2 launched in August of 2020, and by October, we had assisted over 5,200 households. And in March 2021, we launched Phase 3 of our efforts. For Phase 3, we partnered with the City of Tampa to administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, utilizing the funding allocated for both the City of Tampa as well as our Hillsborough County allotment. To date, with this phase of our program, we have approved over 12,000 applications. Overall, we have distributed $82 million across program phases, approving close to 19,000 applications for residents who were facing eviction if their past due shelter or utility charges were not paid. Today, we are requesting board approval for item B6 to extend, accept, and administer the U.S. Treasury Department funds awarded to the City of Tampa for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and authorize the county administrator to execute Exhibit B eligibility certification. The program will continue to be administered by the County Social Services Department to assist residents impacted by or during COVID-19 with rent and energy bill charges to avoid eviction and utility service disconnect for eligible residents, and the funds are available to be utilized through September 2022. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. And like I said, I'm quite impressed with our staff that's been able to not only manage our allocation of resources to assist our residents, but to partner with the city to be able to distribute their funds in order to get the job done. And I would suggest that the job has been very well done. Thank you very much, Ms. Ziegler. And I see that Commissioner Kemp, you have a comment?
Again, I'd just like to point out, and I think it was good work by our county administrator, Ms. Wise, that there was a reach out to the city of Tampa, and rather than duplicate our resources and cause confusion in the community, and it's something that we're quite geared up to do, and on a big basis with the county that we work together. The cities and the county to administer this program, and I think it made all the sense in the world for efficiency and economic efficiency, and working together, and a lack of confusion in the public about where to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. It truly was, it took a village, and our staff is just amazing, and it was a great relationship with the city of Tampa. Thank you.
I like it when it all comes together. I'm not seeing any other comments. If we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Kemp. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Your next item are board appointments, and Luann Finley is available virtually to take you through the appointments for the Diversity Advisory Council.
Thank you very much. Ms. Finley.
Good afternoon, commissioners. We have the Diversity Advisory Council. We have 10 openings. For your first, there's 3 ballots. For your first ballot, you're going to choose 2 from the African American category. Commissioner Overman.
My selections is number 1 and number 3.
Commissioner Smith.
Number 1 and number 6.
Commissioner White.
2 and 3.
Commissioner Cohen.
3 and 7.
Commissioner Hagan.
3 and 6.
Commissioner Myers.
5 and 6.
Commissioner Kemp.
These are all over the place. I do want to say that these were the most incredible candidate package I would just hope that every single person, and the only thing today that was easy about going through this is when there was just one candidate for a position. Otherwise, it was really, really difficult. So I just want to thank all of the candidates for applying, and I hope that we can, I don't know what, maybe we need to expand the council or something like that when we have this many wonderful people that are ready to serve and see the importance in doing that. So I'll just say that before I preface a 1 and a 6, and it was really hard.
1 and 6. Okay, I actually have to agree. I mean, the good news is we've got some great candidates here, and we have actually other boards that need people. So I hope that if those that aren't successful will consider looking at all our other boards that have openings, that we certainly need excellent candidates, and these were great candidates. Please go ahead.
So for African American, it's Mark Hart and Paula Thomas with 4 votes each. Your next ballot is for 1 for Middle Eastern and 1 for Hispanic Latino, 1 each category. Commissioner Overman.
8. And, do you need both of them?
Yes.
Okay, 8 and 11.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes, but before I go, I want to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name.
Yeah, I just want to also echo how amazing all these, we had really a lot of great candidates for this. I will suggest on the record, as a citizen myself who's participated in many advisory boards to the county, sometimes I just chose to sit in on some board meetings. They're all open to the public. They all are fairly informal about, hearing any discussion from other people. So that's an option too for some people who are interested in the work of this board to visit it and participate that way as a member of the public. And maybe next round, you can see we have positions come open all the time. With that, I will also say number 8 and number 11.
Commissioner White.
8 and 10.
Commissioner Cohen.
I just want to echo everybody's comments. This has really been just an outstanding group of individuals. I'm going to vote for number 8 and number 11.
Commissioner Hagan.
9 and 11.
Commissioner Myers.
8 and 11.
Commissioner Kemp.
8 and 11.
It will be Jamal Abadi for Middle Eastern and Danielle Gutierrez for Hispanic Latino. And then your last ballot, there was 1 applicant for each one of the categories. So Min Nguyen will be Far East Asian. George Gillespie will be gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender. Janelle Cargie and Charles Satram will be Indian Asian. Laroni Benjamin will be at large, and Stacy Carter will be Native American.
Thank goodness we don't have to vote on that.
Move to confirm.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Myers and Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
And I just want to say thank you to all the applicants because you made it very hard to choose. And look forward to seeing your applications for future boards. With that, Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is Commissioner Myers' item F2, relating to the policy for appointing and confirming nominations for citizens representing on boards and councils.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank Deputy County Attorney Mary Helen Ferris and Ms. Luann Finley for their unwavering services to this agenda item. I appreciate all citizens who are currently serving on boards and councils for giving of their talent and time. On June 16th, I asked staff to draft language to create term limits for certain boards and council. And I'd just like at this time to name the councils that do not have the term limits. Child Care Licensing Officer must be an attorney. Cultural Asset Commission, Historic Preservation Challenge Grant Review Committee, Hillsborough River Technical Advisory Committee, Hospital Authority, Planning Commission, Public Library, and Sports Authority. These boards that I just mentioned do not require special expertise, special education background, or similar requirements. There shall be a limit of 2 consecutive terms. And I mentioned earlier the name of the boards. For those citizens serving on these boards and council, they must serve out the remaining of their term that they are currently serving before the term limit being applicable to them. After reaching their term limit, that the citizen must wait out 1 year, and I want to repeat, the citizen must wait out 1 year before reapplying to the board or council. And as we just voted for individuals to be on these boards, this was the perfect timing to lead into this, because we had so many that applied. And most of the times that because of individuals have served so long, the openings does not occur that often. So with this, if we can establish a term limit, then we can get new applicants to serve on the various boards and council with the term limit in place. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we establish a term limit on the 8 named boards that I just mentioned, board and councils, and that the citizens must wait out 1 year before reapplying to a board. Now, our board can give and waive if we cannot find anyone, but that is the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Cohen is a second. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess I just like more information about it, but I was very pleased to see this on the agenda, and I'm very pleased to have this discussion. And I know we have something like 50 boards. So is it true that all the other ones do have term limits? Is that accurate? Do we know?
Yes, I can name them, yes. In the back.
And I'd like to just kind of, I don't know what the term limits are. Some of them have different years of terms. Some have 2-year terms. Some have 3 years. Some have 4-year. So I think that might be important to recognize or think about as well, like differentiating. I also wonder about something just in general about when you mentioned the child care licensing, which did have very special requirements, as you mentioned. I wouldn't know, but you said it had to be an attorney, correct?
Yes, that's what it said.
Okay, so I don't know, because some of these boards have very, very different functions. But I've been involved with nonprofits for a long time and have drafted nonprofit bylaws and looked at board structures outside of this for a while. And I think it's very healthy to have term limits of some sorts. And it might be different for different boards. For instance, a 2-year term might be 3 terms in my mind, and 6 years kind of seems to me like a sweet spot to stay off for a while. Now, boards, a lot of times they would like to keep somebody who's been in a very strong position of leadership, who is very good, for the organization, that they like retaining that person, and then sometimes or staff would, or just in general not-for-profit boards, but or neighborhood associations as well, but sometimes the board and the institution becomes capture of that as well, and it can be too big or oversized an influence or role for too long. And I like the idea of changing out. I guess I'd like to have it, I'd like to have staff look at it and bring us back more specific, like in terms of the terms on all of these, and and if there's any things that we should be thinking about specifically, like for the child care licensing kind of, I just wonder how We've had great difficulty getting hearing officers, for instance, and I guess that's a volunteer position. So I don't know if that's a difficult position to fill. But I mean, I know we could waive it, but I just wonder, about these particulars. But I really thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a really good thing to move. I guess I just like a little more information on some of it.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, you had mentioned that the boards that you referenced don't require any special technical skills or credentials. I've heard at least one board that surprised me from that standpoint, the Hillsborough River Technical Advisory Board. I'm surprised that no special credentials are required to serve on that committee. Then I would also want to know what would be the impact of this board instituting term limits on a board like the Sports Authority, where the city of Tampa and the governor get appointments to the board? How would that work?
Commissioner, let me ask Mary Helen Ferris to address that. She worked very closely on this item with Brandon Wagner.
Yes, Mary Helen Ferris, Deputy County Attorney. I did review the Special Act for the Tampa Sports Authority, and it gives the County Commission the power to make appointments. It does not address term limits. So it would be an internal to the County Commission when they make the appointments to the Sports Authority. It would not affect or require term limits on those appointments by outside entities.
Yeah, and that concerns me, because then we would be putting, special prohibitions on our appointees that would not apply to other appointees on that board. And there may be other boards like that. There were also some boards not referenced that I'm surprised that they have term limits, because I know some commissioners have served on some of those boards. When they do the old single member district to countywide swap, for a long, long time. So, but at any rate, I would want to, I'm like Commissioner Kemp, I would want further information to digest. I'm a little concerned, and I know I'm on a little bit of a tangent. This is almost a sidebar, but I want to better, because I serve on the Hillsborough River Planning Board, and we do have that technical advisory committee, and I'm just really surprised that no credentials are required to serve on that. I mean, luckily the people that I know of that serve on it now are credentialed individuals, but if we don't have that memorialized in policy, I think we should address that.
Thank you. I had similar concerns. I need more information, honestly. When I looked at the list of those that were described as not having or needing expertise, I know that I've experienced being on a couple of these boards, and I would suggest having just knowledge of how government works, or being in a board position, or having some experience of how we got here does play a part in how that board operates. And I would imagine that each of these boards have bylaws that need to be investigated to see how they would conflict with our decision to change the terms. So I would also recommend that we put together a list of questions prior to approving this item, because I'm not comfortable moving forward with the recommendation at the moment. So I'll Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
And thank you for your comments. Can we bring this back and give Deputy County Attorney Mary Helen Ferris some specifics that we want, so that she would know what to bring back to us?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm happy to do that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So with that in mind, are you interested in withdrawing your motion and then deferring this issue to a future date? We are. See.
is March reasonable? Mayor Helen,
Yes.
is March reasonable for the commissioners to get with you to share their comments and then bring something back to us in March?
Our second meeting
Yes,
in March?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can make that
Okay.
happen.
Okay, great. Great, thank you very much for that, Commissioner Myers. I appreciate that because I did need more information. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized. Oh, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized. Sorry.
I'm just going to make the comment that I think one board that could really use an overhaul of their term limit policy is the Board of County Commissioners. Just going to put that out there. I think that we should seriously have a 2-term limit, and you sit out, as Commissioner Myers suggested, for a year or two before you hop back and forth.
Yes.
Sorry,
and
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I just wanted to, by the way, I agree, but anyway, I thought we were going to make some comments now, and so I hit my button thinking that, but I just want to say, I would like to see what every single, I know I've seen it before, but I'd like to know every single board that we have, what their terms are. Sometimes these are statutorily determined. We have boards that, for instance, a planning commission, statutorily determined. And I think it's, we also have mixed representation, as Commissioner White pointed out. I know that's part of what Ms. Ferris was going to get to, but that, if we were to put certain limits on our candidates or our representatives, whoever we support, and the other jurisdictions weren't, and I think sometimes, though, in terms of the expertise or the knowledge is a decision that we make from here when we approve that candidate or not, in terms of that, although it's good to have, I agree, someone who's delved into the topic, but sometimes there's very strict, on the planning, or I'm trying to think of I was surprised that the LUHO actually wasn't a requirement to be an attorney. That kind of took me aback when I started realizing that there was so much law involved in that, and it actually has requirements of an engineer, a planner, or an attorney. And so I think there's really, I'd like to have some of this information about all the boards and the length of service and some of the things that were mentioned. There might be other relevant points that we're just not even thinking right now, but I'd like to have a really complete understanding of what we're doing with this.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. And in listening to Commissioner Kemp's comments, I bet some of the boards that I was surprised not to hear, maybe the special act that created them addresses term limits, and the county commission just has no ability to do anything about it. Ditto about the county commission, Commissioner Smith. I've always said that I'd like to see a 12-year term limit, 12 years and you're done. I think that would be a perfect amount of time. But I would like to take a crack at a motion here. I don't know whether or not it'll get any traction, but in anticipation of something coming back to the board for further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move that the board make a statement at today's meeting that in the case where we do have mixed representation, that this board not set any special restrictions on our appointees with respect to term limits that would not apply to members appointed by other bodies.
Okay, is that did you withdraw your motion, Commissioner Myers? You did. Okay, so this is a new motion by Commissioner White. Do I see Commissioner Cohen? Did you have your hand raised? And
I did. I understand exactly what Commissioner White is saying, and I am very sympathetic with his argument. I'm not quite ready to make a blanket commitment yet, and I think given all the information that's going to be coming back to us, I'm just wondering if we can address that issue when we address everything else. I know exactly where he's going, but I still think we maybe ought to talk through it before we have sort of a blanket policy.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your comment. And I still don't have a second. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized. You're in the queue.
Right, that's where I'm at. I just want to say that I hear you, good idea. I hear you, good idea. But if we're having everything come back to us so we can really digest it and make these decisions, I'd say let's do it all together. But on the face of it, you'll have a second the next time around.
Okay. So do you want to withdraw your motion or it dies for a second? Which?
Madam Chair, I believe it dies for lack of a second.
Second. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I look forward to getting that report sometime in March, depending on our agenda schedule, because I have a feeling it's going to be a robust conversation, so we need to plan accordingly.
So.
Yeah, well,
excellent.
We'll see, depending on how many questions you all have.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much. I think it was a valid, issue that we need to consider, but I do believe we need more information so that we're aware of the impact of the decisions and any changes that are made to that particular issue. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item G2. This is a staff report. You had asked us to come back with a joint report from the County Attorney's Office and Pet Resources and Code Enforcement Departments regarding the retail ban on the sale of rabbits. Joy Smith McCormick is here, Scott Trepetowski, and Joe Gross and Dexter Barge are available as needed as well. We'll turn it over to them.
Excellent. Who's going to go first?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joy Smith McCormick, County Attorney's Office. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight this report. This joint report is brought in response to citizen concerns expressed to the board about impulse buying of rabbits during the Easter holiday and a need to ban retail sale of rabbits. Considering these concerns, the County Attorney's Office was asked to research the following: whether the board has the authority to implement a partial or seasonal ban on the retail sale of rabbits, based on data that shows there is a problem with impulse buying around the Easter holiday, and whether any ban on the retail sale of rabbits can be accomplished by amending the existing pet retail ordinance to include rabbits, similar to action recently taken in Orange County. In sum, and to answer both questions, yes, the board has broad authority to act under the Florida Constitution, Florida Statutes Chapter 125, and Florida Statutes Section 828.27 to amend the existing pet ordinance to include rabbits or to adopt an ordinance for a partial or seasonal ban on the sale of rabbits. To put this all in context and just a brief description of background, in 2017, the board amended the county's Animal Ordinance 1712, grandfathering in and imposing restrictions upon then existing pet shops selling dogs and cats, providing for an adoption-based model for the retail sale of dogs and cats of any new pet retail shops. But in 2020, the board adopted the Pet Retail Sales Ordinance 20-4, eliminating the grandfather provision, providing a one-year period of amortization for stores to cease the sale of dogs and cats. As such, there are no pet retail stores in Hillsborough County that are currently selling dogs and cats. This ordinance is currently being challenged in circuit court by a former pet retail store owner, primarily related to the elimination of the grandfather privilege. Other municipalities like Key West and Port St. Lucie and the town of Ponce Inlet have ordinances that include a ban on the sale of rabbits in addition to dogs and cats. Last summer, Orange County passed its pet retail ordinance banning the sale of dogs and cats, which in large part mirrors the Hillsborough County ordinance, but it also includes a ban on the sale of rabbits.
We've lost audio.
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies. Rabbits became a part of Orange County's discussion much later in its
your voice
ordinance
volume
adoption
just a
process.
teeny bit, please?
Volume?
Ms. Smith, you are cutting in and out. You may need to turn your video off to improve the audio quality on your end.
Okay, how about now?
Right now, it's okay.
Okay. I'll go back to the, to the part about other municipalities. So So other municipalities like Key West and Port St. Lucie and the town of Ponce Inlet have ordinances that include a ban on the sale of rabbits, in addition to dogs and cats. Last summer, Orange County passed its pet retail ordinance banning the sale of dogs and cats, which in large part mirrors Hillsborough County's ordinance, but it also includes a ban on the sale of rabbits. Rabbits only became a part of Orange County's discussion much later in its ordinance adoption process. And finally of note, Commissioners, is pending legislation that addresses the retail sale of dogs and cats, but none of these bills address rabbits. Senate Bill 994 actually passed out of its first committee last night, and companion House Bill 849 provide for the overall regulation of pet stores by the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. But none of the provisions include any type of ban on the retail sale of pets. House Bill 253 seeks to generally prohibit pet stores from selling or offering for sale dogs and cats. None of the bills as filed has any effect on Hillsborough County's existing ordinance. Again, none of the pending legislation includes rabbits. So now Scott Trebetoski of Pet Resources will offer to the board suggestions for action other than adopting an ordinance or amending the existing ordinance to address citizen concerns. He'll also offer data collected so far as it relates to the issue in Hillsborough County. Thank you, Commissioners, and I'm happy to take any questions. Scott.
The problem of unwanted rabbits and overwhelmed rabbit rescues and shelters is real, and it has existed for decades, as long as I've been involved in this, and probably well before that. Although it's a little hard to find hard data, we have found that rabbits entering rescues and shelters generally come from a broad geographical area, and that's partly due to the fact there are so few rescues and shelters that accept them that they tend to collect them outside of their existing county. Locally, the most likely sources for rabbits are stores in other counties, since we do not have any pet stores currently that sell rabbits, online sales, and private breeding and sales of rabbits. We have looked at the impacts on our retail stores, and as we said, we have yet to find any actual pet store that sells rabbits, so any type of legislation related to a ban would be more preemptive than it would be dealing with current. Feed stores are the primary storefront seller of rabbits in Hillsborough County, but they only account for a few dozen rabbits in aggregate each year. And we would have to research more deeply if we were going to try to regulate the feed stores, because there may be other agricultural sales that are the domain of state and federal government. What we can suggest that we do immediately is establish some sort of a education program, perhaps in conjunction with other rescues and the Humane Society. There is virtually non-existent information for uninformed potential rabbit owners. If we provide that education, I think it's a meaningful way to help inform rabbit owners about owning rabbits, about how long rabbits live, care, and the fact that a lot of impulse buys end up unwanted in shelters and rescues. As we approach Easter, it's critical that we probably start this education campaign sooner rather than later, but that it go beyond the Easter holiday, that it be a year-round education campaign. We also would like to suggest seeking a voluntary moratorium on rabbit sales around the Easter holiday. We've had some preliminary discussions with the feed stores, and they seem pretty okay with that type of a voluntary moratorium while we do further research and take the direction of the board.
Is there another individual? Mr. Barge, are you planning on making comment? No, I'm not seeing his, I'm not hearing him. I don't see anybody else in the queue, but I did have some questions. Okay, Commissioner Myers, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the suggestions that staff just made regarding the education campaign on the rabbits and doing a voluntary moratorium to educate our community on these rabbits before we go out and develop an ordinance or vote on an ordinance that would penalize the sales of use of a rabbit in this community. So I like where we can educate first.
Excellent. Those are good comments. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I, along with other commissioners, had originally asked for information, more information about this, and we've had quite a number of speakers coming up at public comment, as we know, for at least 3 different meetings now. But I did get a lot of information from the staff about this, and at this point, I'm very comfortable with moving forward with the staff recommendation, so I'd like to move approval of the staff recommendation, and I think a robust education campaign is a good start for now. We can look into what other what other steps we might want to take as we move forward with this. And I did not know that there were no pet rabbit retail sales in Hillsborough County, at least at where some of the places where dogs and cats had once been sold, I thought, in an environment like that. So I think there's a lot of valuable information that's been gathered by staff. It is, as Mr. Trepetoski said, an issue, but I think we are moving in the right direction here with more information and better understanding of how we move forward.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp. Do we have a second? Second. A second by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I heard a reference to a moratorium. Was there a moratorium embedded in staff's recommendation?
Sorry, and I just wanted to clarify, this is just very technical because staff reports don't have recommendations, but they do have suggestions. So just to clarify that, Mr. Trepetoski said it was a kind of a virtual recommendation, a suggestion regarding the moratorium because they have had some outreach with those feed stores that they were suggesting that they would do that. So I think it was part of their educational campaign.
So the feed stores have agreed to what? To a moratorium on the sale of rabbits? Or for what period?
I don't think they have agreed yet, but I think they have approached them and they seem inclined to do that. I think some more correspondence will be required, is the way I understood it.
Yeah, I don't know that I support a moratorium on the sale right now. I think that might be premature. I'd certainly support the educational campaign, though. Are you willing to remove the moratorium from your motion? Or?
Yes, in fact, I think what I had heard was that they had talked, because they were trying to assess where rabbits are being sold in Hillsborough County, and the only place it was at feed stores, and they had agreed, actually just informally, they had talked, and only a small number of those stores do it, and they had agreed that it could be a problem at Easter time, and they had agreed to, voluntarily, although I don't know that, I
mean, did we reach out to every single feed store in the county? Or?
I'm not saying that they did it. They were saying that they were, if this is a problem, that Easter was, okay. But I wasn't necessarily. I was just going by whatever staff wanted to do in terms of an education campaign. So the answer to your question is,
if the motion's just for an education campaign, I support it.
Okay, and I actually had a question regarding the motion, but more importantly, we heard testimony this morning that, and I think it is still occurring, although the Funland flea market is no longer in existence because it got purchased by somebody else. But have we got the data to prove that we have no flea markets, no other markets, or any other source of rabbit sales in Hillsborough County? Because I'm not 100% certain that the only places that rabbits are sold in Hillsborough County are at feed stores. I mean, and I can understand why they are at feed stores, but they're typically for agricultural purposes and not necessarily only for pets. And that's the difference in the sales that we need to take into consideration.
I'd rather staff respond if I could, but as I understand it too, in terms of pet retail sales, we didn't stop. There are individuals that are still breeding and selling, I believe, dogs and cats, and that can be done. It's just not done at a pet retail sales, but maybe a staff member could clarify, or the attorney, Ms. Beck.
I actually think these questions are for Scott, so I'm going to defer to him.
So the animal control helped us, and we did reach out to all of the feed stores, and it was just sort of informal, so there wasn't a suggestion that we were considering any kind of a moratorium, but more that it be a partnership along with the education, so that they would stop selling and let people know that that's a bad time to be buying them. Most of them said it had virtually no impact on their bottom line if they were to do a moratorium. But the issue of where rabbits are being sold is kind of complex, because flea markets are huge in most communities for a place for rabbits, ducklings, chicks. And I know in previous communities I've worked in, we have banned the sale of live animals at flea markets, but I don't believe we currently have a flea market, but if we do, I would suggest we could look at that. The bigger problem with rabbits is that they are sometimes available in mixed ethnic markets, and whether those are being sold for food or agriculture, or whether people are buying them for pets is kind of a question. I think there's a lot of questions, which is why I think we should do education first, because there's still a lot that we don't know about it. And there's a lot of questions that even asking colleagues of mine don't know, because the data just isn't collected anywhere.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Kemp, could you restate your motion just to make sure you're clear what elements of the discussion you want to include in your motion?
I'll make this motion. That I move to have the staff do an education campaign. I think that's valuable. And I'd ask for a further exploration of this issue in terms of sales and possible steps to take to get further information gathering, because we really don't have what we need, I think, to do this, make a further decision than that at this time.
Okay, so your motion is to educate at this point, or to develop an education program, and then come back to us with additional research to consider other actions by the board. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Myers, is that you offered the second. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. I'm not seeing any other than Commissioner Kemp in the queue, so I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Olrin,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
With that request, I'd like to ask that the staff look at agricultural sales, whether it be at flea markets or other sources where livestock are sold. I don't want to impact the agriculture business, but I want to make sure that it's for livestock purchase, and I don't know what the rules are there. So just as far as making sure that what you're asking for additional information, that include that consideration, because I think that's important for many of our agriculture communities, so as well as the dietary needs of those in our community. So thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. And the only item left is future discussion items.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I was not really joking about term limits for county commissioners. And when I mentioned that and heard a certain amount of bipartisan support for considering the idea, I thought I would, while time is getting short, put right out here on future items that I would like to ask the legal department to work on bringing something back that we might consider and discuss in time for the charter referendums that would be needed to be on the ballot in this election. I understand that our county attorneys were asked to look into this in 2018. So they've already done a lot of the work and have an understanding they could pull together and bring back to us. We could consider, whether it's 12 years or 10 years or any other details about that and be thinking about it. So I put it out there so we can be thinking about it until you think our next, maybe our next meeting, February, we could bring something back.
Usually we have a 2-meeting thing, but if we can do it sooner, we will.
All right. As long as it's in time for us to maybe take that action to put a charter referendum on. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I wasn't going to say anything, but for one, we don't have quite the pressure that we have. For instance, you're probably thinking about the transportation because we have the OPAGA, so we have to do that extra early. So this isn't quite that, but I totally support it. I don't see any reason why we can't, deal with that earlier rather than later. And as long as you're suggesting that, which I did bring that up, as well as there were other changes in 2018 that none of them were ultimately placed on the ballot. But and I hadn't quite formulated this out, but here in Hillsborough County, and what I thought was required, but I found out is not, because we have a model government that is also the exact same 7 commissioners, 3 at large, 4 district in Pinellas County. We have that same model. And I thought because of redistricting, that's why we had, for the commissioners that are on even years, they run for 2 years, then 2 years, and 2 years again. I think it's, that's why we have 6 commissioners up for election at this time. And instead of, as they have in Pinellas, they only have either 3 or 4, the usual cycle. And it doesn't make, I thought we were doing it to adhere to some kind of redistricting requirement, but apparently not, since they do redistricting and they do not do this. So I'd like to have that looked into, what the distinction is between their charter and our charter, because I think it adds to a lot of instability to have that once every decade have 6 commissioners out of 7 facing reelection, and so I'd like to look at how we change our charter to model more of whatever they're doing in Pinellas County and reflect that here.
Okay. I'm looking to get a, thank you for those comments. I'm looking to get a status on, I know we got some recommendations or things that we should consider regarding building structures, but I had on my calendar that something was going to come back hopefully in January with recommendations on how we move forward, whether it's a formalized program or whether it's a process program. On dealing with the structural integrity. And I know we got a preliminary report, but we have, we have buildings in this state that are falling down or causing problems. And I'm not sure that we've gotten to a place where we have something in place to ensure that the buildings that people work and live in are secure and safe. I recognize that the legislature may be looking at something, but in the interim, I'd like to get some feedback on what is our opportunity to do something locally that has been based on the research that our departments have been looking at. So it can come back preferably in February, if at all possible, because I had January on my list, but I don't see it here because we did get a report in December, but we haven't really come back with some specific recommendations on things that we can implement with legally that would assure some good steps have taken to ensure the building structure is not a concern. Ms. Wise, are you okay with that request?
Yeah, I'm looking at future issues as well, and I'm not immediately seeing it either. Perhaps we thought
I know
that...
Mr. Gorman made some recommendations, but we didn't make any decision. We were still waiting on, I think, some additional opportunities to identify ways that we could implement practically in order to assure that building structure integrity was going to be maintained.
Yeah, like I said, I am not seeing it here either.
Yeah.
Maybe we thought that completed the item, but we could certainly revisit it and get it back on.
Yeah, if you don't mind, could you look into that and see if they need to revisit that issue maybe next
I think
month?
we were,
'Cause I know
as you mentioned, concerned about the state legislature. I do remember that conversation as well. We can see
great.
what we can do.
All right, thank you very much. Any other items? Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Yes, with regards to that issue, Ms. Wise, I would just like to ask that you make, when you bring that information back to the board, that you make recommendations on how we handle historical buildings. I want to make sure that we don't end up with any historical buildings that are inadvertently on the chopping block because of any regulation that we might bring forward. Certainly safety is the number one priority. We don't want anyone in an unsafe building rather, but there are ways to make sure that we don't end up with historical buildings on the chopping block, even if it's that they have to be temporarily vacated or something until some decisions can be made. But I would like to understand what your recommendations would be on how to handle those.
I can appreciate that. Living in a 131-year-old building, I can totally appreciate that comment. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
This is just for the record, and this was in our backup on the item on pet retail sales. Suggestion of pet resources and code enforcement via animal control. That one, just so we all hear it, they be given more time to study and better understand the impact of local legislation to residents and businesses in Hillsborough County. I think that was kind of covered by. Two, they, in collaboration with communications and the digital media department, be given the authority to implement an education campaign around rabbits and other animals such as chicks and ducklings associated with the Easter holiday. And three, they be given the authority to seek voluntary agreement from existing retailers, feed stores, not to sell these species around Easter while the staff studies and compiles data for the board's future consideration. The board may endorse these actions by resolution should it desire. Anyway, I think we kind of covered it, but I just wanted to I don't think we need to take a vote at this time, but this was what the pet resources exact language was, so.
Excellent. Thank you for adding to the clarification on what we're expecting back. I'm sure our staff will appreciate that, as well as the clerk. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Commissioner Cohen, Commissioner Hagan, are you guys good?
Good to go.
Excellent, excellent. And with that, Ms. Wise, we can adjourn.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much, all. I appreciate it. Meeting adjourned.